And in this industry is another one which should be having a feedstock in terms of which is related to oil. So I think today's election is more related to that. But in the fluorochemical space, would be more comfortable going with much diversified player, established players like Naveen and Gujarat Fluorochemicals kind of names in comparison with the style.
Right. Thank you, Narendra. Thank you for joining us and giving us your views on the stocks that we discussed. Well, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Small Cap Bazaar. Stay tuned and keep watching NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 Nifty Vaishnav Saigal of Sanskrit.
The show that sets the
watching Ask Profit, the afternoon edition. I'm Mahima Vatsarajani, and with me, as always, is Puneet Zaveri. Before we start taking all your stock-related questions, let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing. The Nifty 50 now trading, up by about 3.7%. I think almost at its day's high point, slightly off, but trading 850 points higher as we speak. And consistently, the gains have been maintained for the day. The Bank Nifty is also trading 5% higher, above the 55,400 levels for the Bank Nifty. The Nifty 50 has, tried to touch that 24,000 mark and has come back from there, but just 30 odd points away from that 24,000 levels. Let's try to pull up the heat map. to see if things have changed there in terms of where the gainers and losers are concerned. You have Shriram Finance topping that chart now, up 10%, followed by Adani Enterprises, Tata Motors, PV, Interglobe Aviation, Ultratech, L&T, Eicher Motors. So a lot of auto names doing fairly well, and counters which were beaten down doing fairly well. But on the flip side, you have Coal India, which is down 3% now. Tech Mahindra, Wipro are some of the IT names which are slightly under pressure, and Nestle also down by about 0.7%. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map to see as to how sectors are doing at the hour and whether there's some relief seen in the Nifty IT. Yes, there is. It did turn into red, but now has charted back to the green territory. But Nifty Realty still continues to be up 7%, followed by significant gains coming in Nifty Auto, Nifty Defense, Nifty Bank. All of these counters. I don't think the last time I saw the screen where you would have seen sectors gaining above 5% at such length, right? And let's quickly also pull up the advanced decline ratio, because that gives us a picture as to how the broader end of spectrum is looking like, and it's looking as strong as the benchmarks go. Has still, Puneet, maintained the 3-digit figure in declines, and it's so good to see that.
Well, most certainly, and you're seeing with rigor today move in, because almost 4 months of pain in the realty index and just 1 day of move up almost 7% today. What's also interesting that the benchmark is up 3.6%. Look at Nifty Bank though. Nifty Bank is up 5% in one trading session and just needed a one trigger as well. So that momentum has clearly shifted for the Nifty Bank, and it's the fourth one if you're wondering from the top. PSU Bank Index also up 5%, but continues to be a very strong day for the markets. Mid cap, small cap also showing you that performance today as well in terms of market moves. The mid cap index up 3.8%, small cap too has been up with a similar trajectory, so outperforming the benchmarks. And the BSE 500, it's a pretty screen, so let's look at that one as well, because you're seeing individual movers: Easy Trip, Jindal, Chola Holdings, Ashok Leyland. Biggest FNO gainer for today, and we'll put focus more on Ashok Leyland in India market close, but a very strong screen: Adani Green, Shriram Finance, Chola Finance. So the CV makers, all of them within different sectors also showing you that momentum. Let me welcome in Tapan Doshi at this time of CATapan.in. He is of course the fundamental expert, and Rahul Sharma, director and head technical and derivatives research at JM Financial, also joining in. Gentlemen, both of you, thanks so much for taking out the time. It's a big important session, but let me go across, take the first query. This one's coming in on Saman Capital, and Biswajit from Kolkata holds 300 shares at 155. Now he has a 2-year view. Tapan, since the long-term query, the open offer will probably be at 139, because the company has now had a new majority owner in terms of promoter change. How do you view this counter now?
Good afternoon, Puneet. Yeah, talking about Saman Capital, no, there were earlier the corporate issues. Now this open offer is there, but somehow no, the financials are not great. And no, last few quarters, if you see, the NBFC sector is doing well, but this stock is actually not doing well. Honestly, looking at the long-term angle, I think there are much better stocks available. So I'll go for something like PNB Housing or Aadhar Housing instead of Saman Capital if I want to go for long-term.
All right, so that's the view coming in on Saman Capital, but we've got our next caller. I think Pradeep is calling us from Visakhapatnam. Pradeep, a very good afternoon to you. What's your query about?
Yeah, very good afternoon. Thanks for taking my query. I have 40 shares of HDFC bought at 770. Can I add more at this price?
Are you looking at it from a long-term perspective, Pradeep, or is it the short-term chart?
No, it's a short-term, 2 to 3 months, medium-term.
Okay, all right. Then I'll take this up with Rahul. Rahul, good afternoon to you. Your view on HDFC Bank from a 3-month perspective?
Yeah, so, we think that, at least in the short term, the bottom is formed for HDFC Bank, and we may see the stock head towards 850 and even 900 in the time to come. So, from a 1-month perspective, I think we should be looking at a target of somewhere around 900, which is where the broke down started or began, or when the war began. And once markets are also into comfortable zone, we may see 900 being taken out and higher levels being tested. So as of now, it's best to have a target of 850 and 900. Post which if the broader market setup is positive, we may see higher levels in HDFC Bank.
Got that view, Rahul, and you've seen HDFC Bank touched that 740 mark and then Of course, today's move being a majority of them, but was an interesting level just a few days ago as well. But next question is on Transtrail Lighting. Ranjit from Hyderabad has invested 500 shares at 695. Now, stock's taken a beating post that today, of course, up over 500 rupees. But Tapan, what's your long-term view on this stock? Would you recommend Ranjit to average down at this point of time?
Yeah, hi. See, if you see this stock has been already beaten down, and no, if you see the financials overall are okay, the guidance is also okay, but there is some execution part where this stock is laggarding actually. But I think in future this will come up here from here. I think the execution will be much better. So my take is I think one can hold this stock. If he wants to average, he can average at this level also.
So that's the view coming in on Transtrail. I think the next one is coming in from Shankar, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Tenneco India. Wants to know if we can add more at the current price levels or wait for further dip. Tapan, I'll stick with you for this one. What's the view like?
Yeah, one can hold this stock for a little bit longer, no, because I think there will be a rally from here, and 1 or 2 quarter one can wait. See, the sector is promising, but still no execution part we have to see. The guidance is okay, even the management is also quite optimistic for the future, so he can hold this stock for now.
Okay, all right. The next one is coming in from Chennai. Raghu Raman is writing in and asking about a fundamental view on IndusInd, if I'm not wrong. His average buying price is 629. Wants to know if he can go ahead and add more if this is the right time. Tapan, your view on this one?
No, actually not at this level, and also I'm not at all bullish on IndusInd Bank. No, still the last time whatever corporate governance issue and the accounting issue was there, and still it is not sorted out.
I think we seem to have lost Tapan. Sorry, I think we seem to have lost your connection, and we'll just come back to you in just a bit. A quick one here, Rahul, before we go back to Tapan, actually, because IndusInd went down yet again in before this whole market moved to 777. Since then, of course, I've seen a bounce back. Do you think that these levels are sustainable in the near term?
Stock did fairly well in the months of January and February, and we saw the stock heading towards the 4-digit mark. Now the current correction, at least in the smaller scheme of things, looks like an opportunity to play the bounce back. Now this bounce back could be very well heading towards 860, 870 on the upside. Having said that, it's prudent to take profits since the particular investor is sitting on a profit, and with the kind of volatility that we've had in the markets, I think if it stretches another 4-5%, it is advisable to take profits and wait for re-entry opportunities at lower levels.
Tapan, if you can hear me and if you're back, I think you were giving your view that you're not very constructive on IndusInd. Please continue.
Yeah, actually, I'm not too much constructive for the long term. I think in private space, a lot other banks are available at much more better valuation also, and now the correction already happened. So IndusInd Bank, I think instead of IndusInd Bank, he can go for a Federal Bank or even ICICI Bank. That will be a better option.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on IndusInd. The next one is coming in on the real estate space. Today, it's the top sectoral gainer. Sriram from Chennai is writing, and he says that he holds Lodha at 1192 and Brigade at 1018 and Sobha at 330. And wants to know if it is prudent to kind of average out these counters at the current level, or what should be the next course of action. Rahul, I'll stick with you for this one. Your view on some of these real estate players, and if not these, any particular counter that you like in the space.
Yeah, so speaking of Lodha, the entire realty pack has been, quite under selling pressure. And looking at the price action today, it seems like it should be a good short covering number on most of these counters. Now, since these stocks were heavily oversold, we feel that another 5 to 6% bounce back or maybe 10% bounce back cannot be ruled out given the high beta nature of this sector. So particularly, in Lodha, we could very well see the current bounce back extending upwards of 850, 860 on the higher side. And overall, the entire realty pack seems like, it's the short covering is something which is prevalent as far as the price action is seen in today's market action.
Got your view, Rahul, but let's go across, take our next caller from Gujarat, and Suraj has a stock query for us. Suraj, Very good afternoon. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Good afternoon. So I want to make a new entry into Lemon Tree for 1 to 3 months perspective.
Okay.
Is it the right time?
Got it. Rahul, would you suggest and recommend Lemon Tree right now for a 1 to 3 month time frame to Suraj?
Absolutely. In fact, the stock has the risk reward is very favorable for a buying position in Lemon Tree. The stock has formed a very strong base around the 100-105 area. The current reversal could very well take the stock towards 135-140. So, this particular space should see revival of sentiment as well, given the relief rally that we've seen in the markets today. So, purely from a 2 to 3 month kind of a perspective, one can look to buy Lemon Tree. A decent upside can be expected given the kind of base formation that we have in the stock. So keep a stop loss placed at 104 and you can invest for a 3 month period.
Just sticking with that space, Sumit from Mumbai is asking about Sami Hotels. Wants to know if he can hold or sell at the current levels. He's got 8,200 shares bought at the levels of 52 for Sami Hotels. Rahul, your view on the charts for this one?
Yeah, so this is relatively, not as robust as something like Indian Hotel or, the one that we were recently talking. So from a technical perspective, this is heading into a resistance around the 160-165 area. Once it crosses that, I think then things should turn favorable for the technical setup of the same. In this kind of a market, there are better opportunities in the relatively larger names that are there in the market. Probably that can be considered because we're still far away from where we were a couple of months back. So there are better options available in the market.
Got your view, Rahul. But this question by Sumit actually, he's bought it at 52 and he's on gains for almost 8 lakh rupees on this one trade. So good on you, Sumit. Would love to hear what made you buy it at that price, and you could call us, speak to us also about the same. But great price to buy it, of course. But let's go across to our next caller from Bengaluru. Pavitra has a stock query for us. Pavitra, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. What's your question?
I'm holding ONGC shares, 700 shares, at the rate of 275. So this, I bought it for very short term, 1 month or 1.5 month back I bought it. So what is the very near term, like 15 days to 1 month price up? Or can I, even I can sell it today, or can I, should I hold it for another 15 to 20 days?
Got it. Well, Rahul, we've seen the refiners actually gain a lot of momentum in the month of March, of course, because the Strait of Hormuz was shut and they had pricing power in their fray. Now that has gone. But we've seen a very stellar recovery, actually, Rahul, in today's share price just for ONGC as well, after being down in the morning. How are you viewing this counter? Would you recommend, Pavitra, to continue holding for the next few days, or is it a good time to exit?
Yeah, so, contrarian to the opinion, the price action is suggesting that, there is more steam left in the setup of ONGC. We feel that above 293, there can be a fresh breakout in the stock, which means somewhere around 315 to 325 is what the projected targets for the stock are coming at. So stay invested at these levels. Once it crosses 293, I think that is when one can expect a sharp momentum, and the targets would be around that 320 mark. So the in spite of correction in crude oil prices, in spite of the ceasefire, the structure of ONGC remains strong, and one can continue to remain invested in the same. However, do keep a stop loss. So the stop loss at this point in time would be 275, and keep on trailing your stop losses as the stock moves upwards.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on ONGC. We've got our next caller. I think Ram is calling us from Bengaluru. Ram, a very good afternoon to you. I believe you have a question on Tata Power.
That's correct. So I'm currently holding 1,450 units of Tata Power at average price of 393.
Okay.
And that holds close to 20% of my portfolio weightage. And I'm looking for a long term between 3 to 5 years. So I wanted to understand if this is a stock that I can hold as it is, or should I trim or exit That's the question I have.
Okay, got your question, Ram. I'll take this up with Tapan then. Tapan, 20% of his portfolio consists of Tata Power right now. What should be the next course of action for him? Because right now he's just sitting on mere gains of 1,000 rupees.
So he can hold the stock, but I think 20% allocation is too much. He can trim down the allocation. If he wants to go to power, I think NTPC or Power Grid also another good option. He can have it for long term. But here, I feel that the stock will be doing well over the time and moderate return. It may give it, even if you see the growth will be there. Hopefully summer will be good, and the way energy transition will happen in India, that will help this stock also. So yes, I'm positive, but I think the allocation is too much. He can trim down and go to some other power stocks if you want.
Got the view, Tapan. But Tapan, Rahul, as well as our viewers, it's time now for the rapid fire round in this edition of Fast Profit. Request you to keep your answers on buy, sell and hold, so that we can take as many queries in this very short time. The first one's on Dixon Tech. From the long-term perspective, what Chandra is asking, what would you suggest, Tapan? Should he continue to hold right now?
Yeah, buy, hold and buy on dips.
Okay, emphasis is the next one. Lalita from Bangalore is holding 27 shares at the levels of 2,771. Short-term view on this one, Rahul?
Hold.
City Union Bank bought at 129. Rahul, should he book profits? Should Sneha book profits right now or continue to hold?
Hold for 275.
Ashok Leyland, is this a good time to buy? Bharat is asking. He wants to invest 2 lakhs from a short-term perspective. Rahul, your view?
Wait for a dip to re-enter. Wait for a dip to enter.
Canara Bank bought at 160 by Arvind. Rahul, should he wait for that buying price to come back? What would be your view?
Hold.
Sirma SGS, can I buy the stock in large quantities? What Shakra wants to know. Your view on this, Tapan?
Yeah, it's a good stock.
Geo Finance bought at 300 rupees by our viewer Sudhakar. Should he average down, Rahul, right now?
Yes, can average.
BEL, 8,000 shares bought at the levels of 453. Sell, hold or wait for 6 months. Rahul, your view on this one?
One can look to add at these prices. We are positive on BEL.
Aptus Housing bought at 294 by our viewer MM Kapoor. What should he do with this counter now, Rahul?
Exit.
JSW Energy bought at the levels of 486. 450 shares is what Raj from Jaipur is holding. Sitting on 2% profit. Can he continue to hold from a long-term perspective? Tapan, your view?
Yep.
BSC bought at 2,700 by our viewer Kunal. Rahul, should he continue to hold?
Take profits.
Astral, is this a good opportunity to buy the counter again? The viewer sold it at 6% discount. What do you think, Tapan?
Yeah, slowly on dips.
Union Bank bought at 175. Rahul, should Avija exit this counter now?
In fact, one can look to add Union Bank.
Lupin, is this a good buy on the dips right now? Sai is asking this question. Your view on this, Tapan?
Yes.
Finolex Cable bought at 1,000 rupees by Anuj. Tapan, his question is if what could be some of the key targets in the near term?
No, I think it may give you around 15 to 20% return in 1 year.
Okay, can I buy Newgen Software Technology or BLS International at the current levels? Rahul, any of these charts looking attractive for you? Newgen Software and BLS International?
Yeah, one can look to buy Newgen. That is the relatively better stock between the two of them.
Okay.
Prasanna actually holds Infosys Tapan at 1533. It's almost 10% of his portfolio. What would you recommend him now that the results are also very close?
Yeah, he can hold it, but once it goes around, he can trim down his allocation, less than 10%, around 5% maximum.
Okay. Symphony is the next one, 100 shares bought at the levels of 1,300. Balaji from Chennai wants to know if you can continue to hold with this for the next 6 months. Rahul, your view on the charts?
Yeah, Symphony can be held.
Tata Motors CV is what Saman from Bangalore is actually asking. What would be your view on this one, Tapan?
Yeah, good for long term, but buy on dips.
Garden Reach buying price at 3123. 64 is the quantity. Continue to hold or sell? Tapan, your view?
Yes, please hold.
Karnataka Bank bought at 188. Can he add more? Tapan is what Ashok is asking.
Yeah, on dips.
For ATM, can I invest 1 lakh in lump sum or keep buying in small tranches? Tapan, your view on this one?
Small tranches.
Okay, all right. So that brings us to the end of this rapid fire round as well as the Ask Profit show. Tapan as well as Rahul, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us with answering all those stock-related queries. Viewers, completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit, but do stay tuned. India Market Close up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversation.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's happening.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5 only on NDTV 24/7.
Sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu?
Hi, thanks so much for joining in. You're watching India Market Close on NDTV Profit. My name is Alex Matthew. It's a good day for the Indian equity markets, and it follows soon after the announcement of a ceasefire by the United States and the ratification of that ceasefire by Iran as well. It brings a pause to a conflict that has raged for over a month, and what you're seeing on the screen is a celebration of the cessation, however temporary, of that volatility and that violence. You're seeing equity markets trade higher across the board. The benchmark Nifty 50 trading with gains of about 3.7%. It is off the high point of the day. In fact, pull up the intraday chart and you will notice that very briefly you had the benchmark Nifty 50 that crossed 24,000. It is now trading just shy of that mark, 25 points. Remember, however, that we're still very far away, even now, from the 50-day, 200-day moving averages as well. Now, the broader markets are also looking quite pretty. In fact, pull up the mid-cap index, it's up about 3.9%. The small-cap index up about 3.85%. And pull up the advanced decline ratio, because this will just show you the picture of how this is. It's as wide as it can get. Just about 150 odd stocks in the red right now, and maybe one or two of them from the Nifty 50. So pull up the heat map as Tamanna joins us to discuss some of this as well. Tamanna, it's a pretty picture. More red on the screen for the Nifty 50, but it's still, the big winners are right here.
I mean, it's held up beautifully. Come off 24,000, but held up beautifully, I would say, despite a couple of news points that could have played spoil sport. One, Israel saying that in their view, this ceasefire does not include Lebanon.
Yes.
And staying off Lebanon.
Yes.
Some reports of a little bit of firing on both sides between Israel and Iran. But despite that, the overall peace has held. I thought Donald Trump's post on "we will be looking at the Strait of Hormuz together" was also quite interesting. So clearly there is something that he wants to add to that picture. So here's what's happening, if I have to sum it up for you. Nifty has gained for a 5th consecutive session. It's the longest gaining streak since November 17th, 2025. And that's really saying something. It has recouped over 1,600 points in the last 5 sessions. Nearly half of those losses started since the start of the war. India VIX has cooled off dramatically. It's the first time since March 18 that you've seen the India VIX at the 20 mark, and 23,900 is the new support level, while 24,000 to 24,100 is the new resistance. All sectoral indices are gaining in trade. IT and pharma are gaining the least. Value buying seen across mid and small cap names, and a sharp jump seen in cash market volumes as well. I think that's important. Cash and F&O market volumes have jumped 71% for cash volumes and 12% compared to yesterday till 2 p.m. I think that's very, very telling, Alex, because we've been speaking about how volumes have dried up. These cash volumes jumping up tells you that investors were looking for an opportunity, and there seems to be a consensus call that for now, the worst is behind us.
You know, it's an important time that this is coming through. Serendipitous, however, it is, because you're going to see the latest AMFI data that comes through tomorrow. And I know that Navneet Munot in the morning told us that he expects an SIP figure that's at a record high.
Wow.
What I have found out, though, in conversations that I've had, is that that's unlikely to happen. And we'll know soon enough either way, but it might actually come off the 29,000 crore mark, because there are cancellations that have come through. Having said that, the net and the gross numbers that come through to equity in the way of flows are likely going to be at a record high. So there is money flowing through into the mutual fund space.
Is there any seasonality for March numbers in terms of year-end, etc.?
Yes, there tends to be quite a bit of reallocation that takes place. A lot of people tend to book out certain losses that they might have in underperforming spaces, but they reallocate that as well. So that's something that comes through. And I think a lot of people don't pay attention to the flows into the balanced advantage funds and the hybrid funds, but that also has a pretty substantial component of equity. So that's important to talk about as well. We'll see those numbers through tomorrow. I just want to pull up the sectoral indices. You touched upon IT just shortly, but it's a pretty picture, right? So you're looking at realty that's up and about. Auto is a big talking point today, Tamanna, because some of those CV makers, Ashok Leyland and a couple of others, doing particularly well today, because it means positive news for the economy and for development as a whole.
Tire stocks have also been shining. It's only the CPSE which is in the red, so that's a strong screen. What do you do in this market? Sameer Dalal of Natvarlal and Sons with us this afternoon. Nilesh Jain is also with us this afternoon. He's Head AVP Technical and Derivatives at Centrum. Welcome to both of you, and great to have you here. Nilesh, I'm going to start with your index call.
Very good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, on the index, the structure after today's gap up opening has already turned positive, and the kind of correction that we are witnessing in volatility index indices Clearly, there could be possibility that we may see a follow-up on the upside to continue. The market sustained throughout the day the gap up that we saw in the morning. So from here, the structure appears on a positive side for 24,300, 24,500 kind of levels, and support has now shifted to 23,800. So buy and decline should be the strategy from here. Similarly, in the Bank Nifty as well, we expect a move towards 56,500. So that's the immediate target that we are expecting. So both the indices have already turned positive with a gap up opening today, and we are expecting a follow-up on the upside to continue.
Okay, what about stocks this afternoon? Nilesh, anything on your buy list?
Right, couple of buy recommendations. First of all, Saman Capital, this particular counter has given a good breakout today, and we are expecting a follow-up on the upside to continue in this particular stock towards 156 to 159. So 156, 159, these are the two targets, and 147 should be the stop loss. And apart from that, within PSU banks, Punjab National Bank, that's PNB, looks positive for a follow-up on the upside to continue towards 115. That's the immediate target of 200 exponential moving average. And one can keep a stop loss below 108.5, and PNB is a long.
Got it. Okay. All right. I just want to come to Samir. Samir, any opportunities that you are seeing at this moment? Because the fact is that quite a bit happened in the run-up to today, and opportunities would have existed in those last few weeks. If you had deployed at that time, you're reaping the rewards right now. But having said that, are you still seeing opportunities when you look at the screen right now?
Hi, Alex. So, when the war initially started, we had actually taken a view that this would end soon, and that time we did make some investments. But over the last week and a half, we actually took the foot off the pedal and decided that we'd wait. So, at the bottom, probably we did miss a step, and that's okay. I mean, we didn't think this would end overnight like the way it did, but I'm glad it's over. Now, the question is, what are the probabilities you are playing, right? So the market is all about probabilities at this point. The fact that Donald Trump has got an exit from this war, the probability is that he will not get back in. But will hostilities between Iran and Israel, I heard you guys also talking, there's something already almost there. And will that come to an end immediately? That also needs to be seen. The Strait of Hormuz also, at the moment, we don't know exactly what the terms are and whether the US and Israeli vessels will be allowed out, not allowed out, what the stand is. So, all of these, there are too many variables which are still unknown. And the second thing, what we wanted to point out also is that, the impact of these higher crude prices or delay of products reaching to the end user are going to start showing its head in Q1. Now, hopefully the market can look beyond the fact that Q1 numbers could be a little disappointing and then continue to stay afloat. But we get a feeling that there will be an opportunity. Is it necessary to go out and buy today itself? No. You will get opportunities over the next maybe 2-3 months. And as we find stock ideas, there are always opportunities, the question you asked. We invest in those as and when they come along.
Okay, so what are those stock ideas? Has that opportunity come along or not, Samir? What are you liking right now? Are you as bullish on real estate, as on auto, as the screen is showing?
So we are a little bullish on real estate, but we've been selective in real estate, right? So two stocks that we actually bought and continue to think is a long-term buy. One is Godrej Properties. The stock has corrected significantly from the highs. They have huge developments ongoing where a huge part of those developments have been pre-sold. So the cash flows for that will only start coming in over the next maybe year and a half. And we think there is an opportunity to invest there. There's EMBDL that we do like, which is Embassy Developers. They've got a case filed against them because of which the stock has been beaten completely out of shape, I think from 120 down all the way to 40. We think there's an opportunity there. Of course, today it's up, but we think that has scope to move back up to at least 120 in the next year, which is fantastic returns. So those are there. And then we've been very positive. I've always been very positive on solar and renewable energy. So we continue to hold that stance. Sterling and Wilson Solar, Suzlon.
That feed has frozen. So he was just taking us through a list of stocks that he likes. We'll come back to that in just a bit. But before we do, let's take a look at what we've identified as the stock of the day, and that is Ashok Leyland, because it's doing particularly well. We briefly mentioned the commercial vehicle space. And let's go across to Puneet now to talk about why this is working. Puneet, up 12%. Is the view that some of the supply chain disruptions, some of the economic development that would have normally taken place will now come back on stream?
Well, most certainly, and definitely the price action move is telling you that. It's also been a very dramatic move over the last 4 to 5 weeks, as well as a very dramatic year for the company as a whole. GST rate cut benefits was, of course, a big one, not the direct one in MHCV, but for LCV space. It's the top F&O gainer today, we're up 12%. But since February of 26, when the war broke out and you saw that impact, stock had corrected 28%. So from the highs of almost 210, 211 rupees, stock had corrected to 144, and then hence today's move becomes a crucial one. Still some time away from that highs that we saw. Now we've seen buying post this particular correction as well, and you've seen stock is still up 70% on a YOY basis in the last 1 year. So the last 1 year return is 70% despite the volatility that we've seen since the end, and still trades at around 11 to 12 times EV EBITDA, which is in line with a historical valuation. But a lot has changed over the last 3 to 4 years for the better for the company. So let's look at that part as well. Sales growth was very strong in H2, led by the GST rate cuts. So hence, what's also been very interesting is that the fleet age has actually gone up. So someone using a truck is now using it for almost 10 years versus the 7.5 rate. So replacement demand is yet to kick in. Despite the GST rate cut benefits, is only a lot seen in the light commercial vehicle space. So the heavy truck sales is still yet to come, and management feels that the current fleet age is not sustainable. So that will be another leg of growth. What's also been interesting is that for the other CV makers also, Tata Motors as well as VECV has been a stellar year. This is the FY26 number. Look at the growth, 13 to 15% growth, and this is the MHCV cycle is still yet to kick in at this point of time. Finally, for Ashok Leyland, both two new segments, LCV and buses, are a big one. They're increasing capacity in both of them. LCV capacity will rise to 1.2 lakh units from 80,000 currently. And for the bus segment, increasing to 20,000 buses from 12,000 currently as well. So gives you that comparison. Switch Mobility, the EV bus arm, will also be positive in Q2 for EBITDA as profitability. It was in Q2 of FY26 and will turn free cash flow positive in FY27. What's also interesting, just ending this segment, has been that you're seeing the spillover effect on Tata Motors CV up 10%, but also Shriram and Chola Finance up almost 10 to 12% as well. So the whole CV cycle, OEMs as well as financiers are doing well, with Ashok Leyland leading the way as the biggest F&O gainer for today.
All right, thanks so much for that. Samir was giving us his view on certain stocks that are looking attractive right now. Samir, if you can run through that list very quickly and specifically speak about Ashok Leyland, because the stock is up 12% even as we speak. And as Puneet has aptly described, there are several tailwinds that are currently in play.
Absolutely, there are some tailwinds in play. The commercial vehicle space is something that has opportunity to grow. And like Puneet put up, the expansions will allow them to produce more, but I don't think they were producing at capacity. So growth will come, but it will be over a longer period of time. So in the near term, we think Ashok Leyland is well priced. We don't think that you're going to see an immediate bounce back in demand coming through. Like I said, it's going to be a 3 to 6 month delay for everything. So everything could get delayed, including purchase of trucks. So the run up is good, but it could also be just a bounce that has come because the stock was a bit oversold. Now, running through the list very quickly, so power sectors that we were very positive on: renewable energy, solar, wind, SW Solar, Suzlon. We've been positive on the banking space: HDFC Bank, IDFC Bank, and IndusInd Bank. NBFC space, Saman Capital is one of them. LIC Housing Finance is another one. Manappuram now is looking attractive. So that is there. Then if you go a little beyond consumer side, I think all of these trend I've always mentioned, I'm quite positive on. Metro shoes, all of these will start seeing a bounce back. QSR also will start seeing consumption growth once everything comes down, inflation comes down. So that is the side where we remain positive, and opportunities will come along. And then whenever they do, we have to take them.
All right, so those opportunities will come through. just need to take them. Let's go across to Somit now just to find out what the chatter from the dealing rooms is. And I'm pretty sure, Somit, it's going to be significantly different from what it was yesterday. Let's talk about what you're hearing on the street.
A host of stocks that dealers have highlighted in trade today. Firstly, when it comes to Poonawalla Fincorp, dealers are indicating that the company will soon launch its QIP. The size is expected to be around 5,000 crore rupees, and they have appointed Kotak as the banker for this QIP. So keep an eye out for Poonawalla Fincorp. For Amber Enterprises, there are buy flows on the large HNI desk. Dealers expect a big joint venture announcement with an AC company that could come in soon for Amber Enterprises. For Anand Rathi stock, there are buy flows on the PMS desk. Dealers expect that the fourth quarter earnings are expected to be better compared to what the street has been anticipating. When it comes to Sri Lotus Developers, there are buy flows on the large HNI desk. A large project announcement is expected soon from this counter. For HDFC Bank, there are buy flows on the FI desk after a very long time is what dealers have highlighted, and delivery volumes could also be on the higher side for this counter. And lastly, a host of mid-cap stocks, Force Motor, Kalyan Jewellers and Newland Labs. There are buy flows in the large HNI desk. Prominent influential HNIs have been accumulating these counters in trade today. So keep an eye out for these names as well.
Thank you so much for that, Somit. You have to look at whether we are going to continue this momentum, and in part that momentum is very, very dependent on what happens next, and which is why let's get to our next guest. We're speaking today with Professor Kivraj Jangid. He's Professor and Director at Jindal Center for Israel. Professor Jangid, great to have you back once again. We spoke earlier when we were in the middle of not knowing in which direction we're going. At the end of this ceasefire, does it seem like any one side has come out stronger, and can we hope for peace to last for some time? Yeah. You're on mute, I think.
Thank you for this, Tamanna. I think we spoke 3 weeks back. I didn't expect this war to be so long, so it certainly is a big blessing. There are 3 takeaways from the today's development. First, that the ceasefire is a big relief, as we understood from Donald Trump's frustrations and his expletives. This war became a nerve-breaking moment for him. So the person was really losing his head as much as his tongue. So I think it's a great relief. Second, this ceasefire is the major diplomatic path ahead. As we understood from, more or less the first 3 weeks of the war, that America achieved whatever it wanted to achieve in the first 3 weeks. After that, it was just looking for a way out. Iran made that way out very difficult by closing the Hormuz. So I think America was found in a more weaker position, diplomatically speaking. So this ceasefire is also a bit of a relief for the American perspective, because they ended up opening the Hormuz for 2 weeks. The third thing that I take away from is the worry that the details of the ceasefire are very foggy. There are 2 counterclaims. Iran claims, and this was a claim in their Farsi version of the 10 points. We understand that Donald Trump tweeted that 10 points that Iran offered him, countering his 15 points, is a workable solution for him. But in those 10 points, there was this thing called Iran is allowed to have nuclear enrichment, which is to say, if Iran is allowed to have that, then that was the bargain, that Donald Trump is getting Hormuz free, but Iran wins on the nuclearization.
Once again, Professor Kivraj, just explain that to us. How does Donald Trump get Hormuz free? Everyone is going to pay to pass through the Hormuz, which was free earlier.
You are right. Absolutely, you are right that, in fact, even for countries like Japan, India, Australia, it was free, even a day before. It's just that Iran asserted an international, going against the international norms, ability, like it used to be on the river sand in India. The point now of the 2 weeks is to restore Hormuz to its international status. that Iran will not have this built-in system on Hormuz. I do think that Iran has really won on this, that because of the Hormuz, they are now going to get a concession from Donald Trump on the nuclear enrichment.
Professor Jahangir, so that's an interesting view. My only question, though, is whether countries as a whole, and here we're talking about countries that are not really like the US, in that they're more dependent on the Hormuz Strait, and they haven't been participants in this war, but they're going to be bearing the brunt and paying the cost of the war. Do you think that there's going to be an acceptance in perpetuity of a cost to ply the waters of the Hormuz?
What it explains is that Iran is not a rational player, first of all. You are expecting Iran to play a fair game, but Iran is not a rational actor that keeps the international norms in mind when it comes to its foreign policy objectives, or when it comes to supporting terrorism, when it comes to supporting proxy wars. So let's understand that Iran is an outlier for many other international norms. The countries like United Kingdom and many others that have been, gathering 45 nations, passing a resolution, they will find it very hard to get any concession from Iran. Let's keep in mind, Iran in this, prolonged conflict showed something that it didn't believe would succeed against America. It showed it can close Hormuz, and America by force could not open it. It's a very clear outcome of the last 3 weeks. Hence, Donald Trump is getting this ceasefire on the 10 points given by Iran. And one of the 10 points is that now, based on Hormuz, Iran will bargain a lot from America. So what I mean to say is this: to keep the Hormuz open for everybody, free of cost, America will have to now agree to the Iranian demands. My only worry is that Donald Trump can say, well, I don't have to actually assure penalty-free Hormuz for the rest of the world, because they in any case don't like me. UK didn't want me to, have their air bases in use. So I don't care about if you take money from India and others. I would just keep fighting you. So yes, Donald Trump would also play a brinkmanship kind of a game in the diplomatic bargain, and so would Iran.
Professor Khivraj, because you study Israel so closely, how have you read into their public responses to the ceasefire in the last few hours?
For Israel, it's a very different fight with Iran altogether. The war with Iran doesn't get over with Israel, for Israelis now or in the near future. Israel has been fighting Iranian proxy war through Lebanon and Hezbollah for the last 2.5 decades. In this ceasefire, Iran also got Israel to agree that there would be no attacks on Lebanon, and Israel has agreed. Israel said, we respect the mandate given by Donald Trump. There is a doubt if Lebanon is part of it or not. Both of them are contesting, but nevertheless, I don't think Israel will right now spoil anything that Donald Trump is really in need. But yes, Israeli fight with Iran is much more existential, and there is a much greater willingness in Israel to go through the pain and sustain far more war kind of situations with Iran in the near future.
Okay, and is there a possibility, Professor Khivraj, that there could be an escalation based on what happens in Lebanon against the Hezbollah?
I don't think so, because Israel has been fighting in Lebanon with a free hand for the last 2.5 years. Iran didn't really go to defend Hezbollah even when Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated. Iran would like this proxy to fight Israel out of its territory. All what Iran needs right now is an stop on the attacks. Let's understand also, I think Tamanna asked the question, who appears strong at the end of this 7 weeks? I think Iran may appear standing in public perception, that it gave a tough fight, but the worst loss out of this war is Iran's. Israel has certainly burnt a cost. America will take some kind of a reputation damage, but militarily, physically, Iran will bear the real cost of the war now. And second, Iran might also now enter into a civil war kind of a situation where the regime will have to see if the people are going to stand against it.
What is the basis for that thesis that Iran will bear the real cost now and they have to see if people will stand against them? There were exhortations to the people of Iran to stand up against the regime. If they did not do so far, why will they do it now that Iran seems to, or at least the regime in Iran seems to have protected itself?
There are a lot of orchestrations. I'm aware that today there was a pro-government protest. Maybe by evening there would be firecrackers. It's true. Common people will also celebrate this moment when the bombs are, stopped from the sky. Let's understand, for a common person, it's a relief. It's a big relief. But in a very existential manner, whether the regime will be, able to suppress the protest again, but by all means, there are diaspora, there are people in Iran who have been asking for American intervention, who have been asking that this regime will not be able to, survive an external push. So I think there is enough to believe that the regime will be challenged. How much will that succeed? It's a matter of some, months and maybe, weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting space to watch. We'd like to invite you back soon, Professor Khivraj, as this becomes clearer, and hopefully things will become clearer. The markets are pretty clear. There seems to be no confusion there, even though there are so many comments and slightly angry sounding kind of commentary between Israel and Iran right now. But the screen is showing that it's truly moved past this. So then what next? Sameer Dalal, I want to come to you on the business updates so far and the results season. Let me start with TCS. What are you looking forward to when we see the TCS numbers come in? And will that set the stage maybe for another leg of relief rally in IT?
Yeah, Tamanna. So, relief rally in IT possible, up move no. So what are our expectations from the results? What we want to see is that the guidance that they give is slightly higher than what they had given for the last financial year. Now, it becomes difficult for them to probably do that, but given the fact that they're sitting on these huge orders that they've won over the last couple of years, we can only hope that the execution of that picks up. And if that does happen, what you can see is growth. Now, the second very important thing to look in the TCS numbers is they have started giving us what is the AI revenue as a part of the total revenue. We want to see what that growth is. If that growth starts surpassing the traditional businesses growth, that would be taken as a positive. Does that mean the stocks are going to rally in a massive rush? Probably not, because it needs to scale up a lot more. And we also don't know how the traditional businesses get affected, and will that reduce, the increase in growth of the AI, does it create a problem of the degrowth in the traditional business? So that is something that's very important to see in the results. They may even announce some sort of a buyback or special dividend or something, which is a positive, which can hold the stock up. But am I expecting it to be a tearaway rally coming in or 10-15% rally from here? No, I'm not. I don't think they're going to be able to give anything better than maybe 7-8% top line growth. And if you talk about 7-8% top line growth and maybe 14% or 13%, 12% bottom line growth, you're trading at about 1.5, 1.6 times earnings PEG. So that it's a little bit on the fairer side. So nothing expected great from this. But just want to point out and ask a question. The previous speaker spoke that Iran is allowed enrichment of nuclear weapons. If that is the case, then did he achieve any target? That becomes the question that Donald Trump should be asked.
So this is the fog of war, right? What Professor Khivraj is referring to is what the Iranians have put out in their Persian posts, and in fact one of their embassies has also said this. We pointed out this morning, but that is their claim, that this is what the US has agreed to. No one has seen any written documentation of what is the terms and conditions of this ceasefire. We're living in an era where everything is on social media and claims versus counterclaims. So we'll have to watch this space. But stay on with us. The other story that we're talking about is also an important one. A US court has admitted Adani Group's plea to dismiss an SEC lawsuit. Remember, Adani Group promoters had asked the US court to dismiss a securities fraud lawsuit brought by the US Securities and Exchange Commission, which is why you're seeing all of those stocks fire today as well. Nimit Dixit joining in with more details. Nimit.
Yes, so absolutely. What has happened is that the court has opened the door for Adani to argue its motion to dismiss against the SEC for the entire bond issuance lawsuit that's been in the news for the last couple of years. Now, this is not an argument on merits. It's simply to say that Adani is now allowed to argue its motion to dismiss, and there's going to be a pre-trial conference where a schedule will be decided now on how the trial will progress on Adani's motion to dismiss. What is more interesting to note, Tamanna, is actually what Adani has said in its documents, in its plea filing to the court. The largest strain of argument is essentially saying that the SEC does not have jurisdiction over this bond issuance and over this case at all, simply because there is no US connection with the bond issuance that Adani Green has done. What Adani Green says is that it is not a US listed company and that the SEC has failed to show any domestic securities transaction related to the bond issuance. Importantly, it also says that all bonds were sold to non-US underwriters and any US resales were not linked directly to Adani Green. An argument that the SEC makes that's important to note is that the settlement was done by the DTC, which is their US-based clearance organization. Adani says that even if this is the case, this is only a back-end machinery process. This has nothing to do with the actual issuance, and again, this does not link them to any sort of US securities jurisdiction. Lastly, Adani also says that there's no personal liability on any of the promoters, and also says that even if the allegations were true, and it denies the allegations of bribery completely, but it says that even for argument, in that case also none of the alleged conduct happened outside of India. It has no link to the US. So the trial is going to be a jurisdictional one, deciding whether the SEC has the power to go after Adani Greens if found that it has nothing to do with the US at all.
Okay. All right. Thanks for putting that into context. And by the way, standard disclaimer here. NDTV Profit is part of the NDTV Group, which is a part of the AMG Media Network, part of the Adani Group. Nilesh, I want to come to you in the entire pack, right? Which is buzzing in trade like a whole host of other stocks. The question is, do you buy into it? Do you use the opportunity and the upswing to buy more?
Well, absolutely, Alex. As far as the overall product structure is concerned, looks like today we saw a good gap up opening. And overall, Adani pack as a whole, we have seen a good momentum. And we have also seen some bit of cool off and profit taking from the highs. So that is again giving a good opportunity to start building a long position. As far as a stock specific move within this space is concerned, Adani Port and Adani Power, specifically these two stocks are looking positive. Adani Power looks like it is heading towards a fresh record high. Maybe in the near term, we may see the levels of 180 to 185. There's a kind of upside we are expecting in Adani Power. So with a stop loss below 160, it can be added on declines. And apart from that, if you see counters like Adani Port as well, we have seen a very good start today, but profit taking has dragged this particular counter towards 1450 right now. But broader structure hints that it is heading towards 1550 positionally and can be added on declines, keeping a stop loss below 1400.
Got it. All right. On that note, thank you so much, gentlemen, for taking the time. Pleasure speaking with you as always. All right, let's slip into a very quick break. Just take a look once at the Nifty 50 and see whether it's holding, and it has been. It is very close to the high point of the day, up about 3.8%. It's still not yet at that 24,000 mark, just shy. Let's see if it breaks past on the other side of this very quick break. Do stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Welcome back. It's turning out to be an exciting day for the markets, and you know what is fascinating and heartening as well is that markets have kept up. There hasn't been any massive profit booking coming in. The Nifty has flirted with 24,000 quite a few times and is close enough for comfort. It's still about 850 points up there. What's working? Well, pretty much everything is working. You have to look at who the winners are who've really pulled ahead really in today's market. So the L&Ts of the world, all of the auto anchs of the world, the Ashok Leylands of the world, those are some of the big winners this afternoon and through the day, and consistently have been pairing up. Dharmesh Kant joining us now on the show. He's head equity research at Chola Securities. Shivangi Sarda, analyst equity derivatives and technical at MOFSL, also with us on the show. Welcome to both of you. A very good afternoon to you. Shivangi, I'm actually going to come to you first for what next for the Nifty. And if someone is looking at this, for some reason missed the day and then came back and looked at the afternoon on their screen, should they be deploying more funds? Do you see this rally having more legs? And what would be Nifty targets?
Very good afternoon, Tamanna. Thank you for having me. So we've seen that, the indices had, made a breakdown on the monthly basis and fell nearly 15 to 16 odd %. And it has just risen by around about 7 to 8% right now. So a very good up move is still potentially visible in the Nifty index. Now, talking about the India VIX, it has cooled by almost 22% in the last two trading sessions, which is kind of comforting to the bulls. And the fact that we are below 20 is a sign of comfort buying over here. Now, of course, if you look at the levels, 24,000 was the immediate hurdle that we were talking about. Now that we are near about above the same, we are looking at 24,500 on an immediate basis, and then 24,800 marks for Nifty index. But of course, we will have to look out for the support levels as well. 23,700 acts as a good base here at these levels. Now, with that, of course, we are seeing good amount of pocket buying and short covering in most of the sectors, which is adding strength to the market today.
Got it. Okay, so there are still some pockets where I think a lot of people have been screaming from the rooftops, and certainly in the studio, that are buys, and that is panning out in trade today. These are the very stocks that are going up quite considerably. And I'm talking about the banking pack as a whole, and particularly the private banks. Dharmesh, the question to you is financials in this context. And the bank index is up now 5.6%. You have Axis Bank that is up 6.5%, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, but both up over 5%. The question is, have you missed the bus, or is there still opportunity based on valuations as they stand right now?
Yeah, good afternoon, Alex. Thanks for having me for the show. I think from tomorrow it will again be a bottoms up market. So the secular move which has to happen across the board has happened today. And we'll back to stock picking from tomorrow onwards. Considering, having regard to the fact that nothing changes. I mean, Mr. Trump's statement stays where it is. I just read about a headline that some warning messages from Iran has gone back to Israel regarding the Lebanon thing. So if things doesn't escalate back from here, then it's likely to be a stock picking market. I think plenty of opportunities are still there, despite this 5-6% kind of a move. So my strategy has always been let this 5-6% be on the table, and if the waters are clear, then plunge into it. And there, I think, on the private banking space, Axis Bank merits a good chance. The numbers were strong. At the same time, IndusInd Bank, which is again reshaping and rebuilding itself, a very attractive valuation. These two are the topics from the private sector banking space. From the public sector banking space, Bank of India and Bank of Baroda looks pretty attractive to me, having regard to the strong, credit growth. So both of them have given, and with a strong deposit growth as well. So selectively, I mean, the trades will again continue, and both Bank of India and Bank of Baroda is down around 10 to 15% from the recent highs, the highs which were made a few months back. So at least that retracement will happen, and then we'll see when the results flows in. One good thing is the RBI policy, more or less, it sounded a kind of a dovish kind of a policy out there. And let's see how the recalibration happens by the Ministry of Finance regarding the MSME package. If it comes through, then the pain of NPA and the things which we were talking about may not be there at all. So that is how the things stand here.
So we have that cabinet briefing in some time from now. Actually, you'll have it post markets at about 4 p.m. Ramesh, very good afternoon to you. If there is any kind of an MSME package which comes in, where do you think the beneficiaries lie? I mean, we have short time in today's trade, just about 20 odd minutes. But for the rest of the trading afternoon and for tomorrow, what are you looking at, and are they in the mid spaces which have really gotten knocked down?
Yeah, very good afternoon to you, Tamanna. I mean, if it comes through, then it would be a big shot in the arm immediately, and all the NBFC space will fire up. Big names are out there. And though the stock prices have moved considerably, 9-10% on most of the NBFC space, but I still think like Bajaj Finance and all will, along with its peer group, are likely to rally 10% more from here. RBI also sounded about, categorization of NBFC space, and that again would give some elbow room for this space to be re-rated as far as utilization of capital is concerned on the multiplier effect. And the third point is if they are borrowing in the call money market intraday, even that is beneficial on the cost of funds. So all these things are working. I mean, these large caps will definitely be on fire. But along with that, I mean, most of the banks, the small size bank, like Bank of India and all, will also, trigger in good in tomorrow's trading session.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about Larsen & Toubro, because the stock is up 7.5%, holding at that 4,000 level. Remember, it plumbed the depths not too long back, getting impacted on account of the business that it has in West Asia and the implications thereof. More sentimental than anything else, because the stock dropped despite clarifications from the company saying that its work was going on as planned. Let's talk about what things stand at right now. We're joined by Parth, just to have things put into perspective. It's the biggest single-day gain, Parth, since February of 2021. What's at stake for the company as things stand right now?
Thanks a lot, Alex. So L&T has reclaimed the 4,000 mark after 20 trading sessions. During the Middle East war, we saw that the stock had fallen almost 25% from its peak levels. But after the ceasefire news that broke out last night, the stock has gained more than 7% in trade today and has now recovered around 20% from the lows that the company made in March. Now, this roller coaster ride is because Middle East is a critical growth engine for L&T, contributing around 37% to their total order book. The interesting thing is that over 75% of their international order book comes from the Middle East region. So they have a lot of dependence coming in from the countries in that region. In fact, if we talk about their FY25 revenues, we can see that in the contributing countries, around 24% of the revenues came from Saudi Arabia, around 4% came from UAE, 2% came from Qatar and 1% came from Kuwait and Oman each. So around 30% of the FY25 revenues also came from the Middle East. In fact, in a recent call, the management had highlighted that they are expecting around 4 to 6% growth from the Middle East region in 2026, with the majority of their capital deployment focusing on AI infra, data centers and cloud capacity. So with the Q4 earnings coming in soon, let's see how it pans out for the company.
Okay, thank you for that, Parth. Larsen & Toubro in focus this afternoon. I mean, if you had to make a list of stocks that were really beaten down because of the Middle East crisis, but were strong companies fundamentally, Larsen & Toubro with those two filters would probably be on top of that list. Dharmesh, would you buy Larsen & Toubro right now with these valuations, current valuations?
No, definitely yes, Saman. I mean, Alex just pinned it down because it was more of a sentimental correction, and even the management said around 4 to 5% would be the likely hit if it elongates, which looks unlikely. And I mean, this 37% of the order book can go up to 40-45%, given the fact that if things resolve, you have to construct it again. So that way they tend to gain more, and 7 lakh crores of order book they're already sitting on. So a lot of visibility out there. Execution was the only challenge, which I think is likely to be sorted out. We have been recommending, I mean, buying on L&T before this, when this stock was falling. So that holds on. Along with this, one more stock I would like to highlight at this point, Welspun Corporation. One can look at it again, a very good cheap valuation multiples. It has a significant presence in Middle East as well, and a lot of it does, ductile iron pipes and line pipes, which are needed for water and fuel transportation. So it again tends to benefit from resolution of Middle East crisis.
Okay. Shivangi, what about you? How are you feeling about Larsen & Toubro? And let me add Welspun Corporation, since Dharmesh spoke about it, both on charts.
Definitely L&T has been on my radar, and we've seen that this stock has seen a good amount of long build up in the last 1 week. We've seen that there is a good bottom out structure on this one on the daily frame, and we've recouped most of the losses of the previous month as well. Trading at the day's high, near about the day's high, it is kind of showing strength even for the coming session. So definitely a add-on here. In fact, L&T is a portfolio must-have stock, but the immediate targets that we could look out for is 4,200 for L&T with a support base at 3950 levels.
Okay, so Larsen & Toubro, they're in focus. But another big story, sources are telling NDTV Profit that the electronics industry has flagged raw material cost hikes due to the conflict in the Middle East. Manufacturers may pass cost burdens to consumers. Rishabh Bhatnagar joining in with more details. Rishabh, does this worry persist even after the ceasefire?
Right, what we're picking up from sources in the electronics manufacturing industry is that raw material costs have gone up. They have gone up for almost all manufacturing sectors, but electronics in particular seeing feeling a lot of the pinch that there is. What we're seeing is that they have demanded for zero duty on plastic materials, on liquefied natural gas, as well as key metals that are used in various electronic parts as well as machines. Export to your US and Europe has also seen an increase in lead time from about 45 to 70 days. So freight and shipping costs have of course gone up. But apart from that, the raw material itself, consumables like grease and packaging materials have seen a 45% hike in costs. Chipsets about 15 to 20%. Organic chemicals, hardeners about 40 to 70% uptick in the price, as well as a glut in supply. What we're seeing from epoxy resins is that they've gone up about 100 rupees per kg to 400 rupees per kg. Plastic resins, helium prices have also doubled. So there's also, apart from that, there's also the weakening rupee impact that the industry is facing. So they have made a demand in terms of cutting the duties on such raw materials. You've had a lot of other duty cuts especially in the critical petrochemical chain. So the electronics industry also hopeful of some sort of relief coming in from the government.
Got it. All right. Thanks so much for putting that into perspective, Rishabh. But let's talk about the monetary policy review. It might have actually gotten pushed to the back burner because of everything that has happened today. But it is possibly the second biggest story. The Reserve Bank of India Governor Sanjay Malhotra-led Monetary Policy Committee announced status quo on policy rates. While the Reserve Bank of India remains in an easing cycle, fresh global developments since the last policy have added to inflationary pressures. Piyush is joining in to tell you about the key highlights of that policy. Piyush?
So a big day today. The RBI's Monetary Policy Committee has decided to leave the repo rate unchanged at 5.25% and also maintain its stance at neutral. The RBI's MPC has actually raised the inflation forecast for the current financial year to 4.6%. And the GDP forecast for the current fiscal has been lowered a bit to 6.9%. The RBI also mentioned that it does not target any rupee level after it had hit, the rupee had hit 95 levels against dollar last month, but Governor today clarified they do not target any level. They do intervene in forex market only when there is excess volatility. Further, there were also banking sector related developments in this policy, with the major one being about reviews of matter that will be placed before banks board. The RBI will come out with a draft circular specifying what the new processes will be and what matter should be taken to the board. They have also made proposed changes in the computation of banks' CRAR. They have proposed removing investment fluctuation reserve, and also they have brought in certain instructions for money market participants.
Got it. All right, thanks so much for that. So clearly a lot of talking points that Piyush has just highlighted, but one element of that press conference stood out. According to the RBI Governor, there was no material governance issue seen after a review of the minutes of the meetings of HDFC Bank. Listen into what he had to say.
हमारे हिसाब से कोई भी मटेरियल कंसर्न हमें चाहे गवर्नेंस या कंडक्ट से संबंधित हो वो नहीं है। तो उस बात को मैं यहाँ पे दोहराना चाहता हूँ कि कोई भी मटेरियल हमें कभी भी अपने सुपरविजन में या उनके रिकॉर्ड को देख करके ऐसा कोई गवर्नेंस और कंडक्ट से रिलेटेड मैटर हमारे सामने में मिनट्स की प्रति भी हमारे पास में आती है। तो उन सबको देखने के बाद में ही ये हमने जो वक्तव्य जो हमने अपना प्रेस नोटिस जो दिया, प्रेस नोट जो जारी किया, वो सबको सभी चीजों को ध्यान में रखने के बाद में ही दिया है। उसके ऊपर यदि कोई और निर्देश की आवश्यकता यदि महसूस हुई तो उसके अंदर हम कभी भी पीछे नहीं हटेंगे।
Okay, so at 815, the question mark remains. Dharmesh, this one's for you first, and then we'll go to Shivangi very quickly on the charts. Fundamentally, nothing has been said about, and several entities coming through, apart from the bank itself, the Reserve Bank of India, multiple times coming through and talking about the fact that governance issues do not exist. So therefore, fundamentally and valuation-wise, is it an attractive proposition at 815?
No, Alex. I mean, fundamentally, the valuations which are being cited is historical valuation. I mean, 10 years back, mean multiples people are talking about. That time, HDFC Bank used to deliver a credit growth of 18 to 20%, which has come down to 10%. And the type of, technical strings which has been attached of LDR ratio, CD ratio is, flirting with 100 mark. Sometimes it is 101, sometimes it is 98 or so. So, they don't have a scope to be an aggressive credit growth player in this market. Where, on the contrary, you have many other players who can, who's been capturing the market and who can do well, given the conducive set of environment, like Axis Bank, IndusInd Bank, or, ICICI Bank. So I will be buying them rather than, just because once upon a time used to trade at 2 times price to book, it's now available at 1.5. So that doesn't merit a case to buy HDFC Bank.
Right. Okay, so that's a fair point that you're raising. And of course, diverse views on HDFC Bank. You take the call. He's still saying, Dharmesh, that he's buying ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, IndusInd Bank. All right. Not necessarily in that order as I understand it. But Shivangi, on the charts, HDFC Bank or any of the other banks that Dharmesh has pointed out, what would you rank in order of priority?
So definitely, Alex, the banking space has seen a good amount of short covering, especially with the huge amount of shorts that had built up in the March series. So this is a fresh take on the entire banking index. But I believe the smaller banking names and the PSU names specifically have been doing much more better because of the recovery that has been seen from the lower levels. Of course, some of the heavyweights are also performing, but one could look at the PSU names like Canara Bank or SBI. SBI if one has to go for a little slightly safer stock. But overall, if we look at the private space, I think ICICI Bank would be my preferred pick, where we have seen that it is still kind of forming a little doji formation today, but overall the kind of volumes and the open interest are talking good about this one.
What are your BTST ideas, Shivangi, going into the last few closing minutes?
So definitely BTST, we've seen good amount of attraction in Titan, which has been my preferred pick. We've seen a good volume surge here, especially in the last hour. It is holding up at its day's high levels. And we've seen that, weekly basis, it has given a breakout of the immediate falling trend line from the last 6 weeks. And on the monthly basis, it has come out of its consolidative band from the last 3 months. So overall, looking quite positive technically and data-wise. And the next targets that we're looking out for Titan is 4650 immediately and then 4700 levels with a support of 4400. So
BTST, Titan, even at these levels, Dharmesh, after the run-up that we've seen, would Titan be a buy right now?
Well, I mean, the jewelry space has come out with a stellar set of numbers, and this was again followed with Q3 strong set of numbers, which was there. I think gold, people have realized that gold prices are going to stay up, and this is one way to hedge your portfolio. So things will be shaping up quite well. But I would prefer a basket buy approach. Titan should be there in your portfolio, but along with that, I mean, Senco or Kalyan or PC Jewelers all gave very stellar set of numbers. So make a basket of them, give a allocation of around 15-20% to this jewelry segment basket in your equity portfolio, and things are looking up pretty good as well. I did visit few of the stores in my Andheri suburb area, and there I found everybody doing a very decent and big business when these prices were down, good prices few days back.
In fact, talking about Titan, amidst strong Q4 business updates in jewelry business, their brokerages have sounded quite excited about Titan as well, isn't it, Mahima? But it's not a complete backing. There's also a few question marks and some of the notes that have come after those numbers.
Yes, absolutely, Tamanna. And I'll start with Investec first. They have remained bullish on Titan earlier as well, and they've maintained the target price at 4849. What they're saying is that it sustained the robust jewelry growth that it has shown in the past couple of quarters as well, despite of the rising gold prices. Jewelry growth and overall CaratLane is somewhere where they think that the growth could have been better as compared to how it's done earlier as well. But watches growth has softened. Smart watches is what is dragging down because it was down around 53%. But eyewear continues to grow strong even in terms of the network organization. And fragrances has sustained strong growth. Women's bag momentum has continued this quarter as well. But Taneira is still a question mark whether it will be able to scale up to that extent or not. Citi has also maintained neutral with a target price of 4750. What they're saying is that jewelry growth has accelerated further. Studded mix, however, has declined. Growth rates have accelerated for jewelry, but competitive intensity is kind of sustaining. But this is on account of the kind of sales mix that is there and studded mix impacting the entire growth, and also the impact of lab-grown diamonds. Of course, now they have Beyond, which is going to kind of pencil in the lab-grown diamonds situation as well. But Titan's ability to defend margins without foregoing growth will be something that will be the key factor considering the valuation going forward, is what the brokerage is saying. So this is the overall view of what brokerages are making of the recent update coming in for Titan.
Okay, thank you for that, Mahima. As we're going into the last few closing minutes, interesting comments coming in from US Vice President J.D. Vance, who is talking about how the Strait of Hormuz is open right now, but the detailing that will be required to be seen over the next few days is to what extent will there be free passage in the Strait of Hormuz? Will there be, in that sense, some payments that will need to be made? Vance also comes out and says that the Iran truce is fragile And while the developments are good, it is a fragile truce. He goes on to say, if Iran lies or cheats, then they won't be happy. So you're going to see a lot of statements coming back and forth. But as of now, there is a sense in the market that there's no big reason for this mood to reverse unless there is a dramatic change in the next few hours. For now, things seem to be calm. Dharmesh, I don't know if you have a BTST idea, but for those who have not been able to get in today, do you think there'll be more opportunities over the next few sessions that the markets will give, and tomorrow as well?
Yeah, looks like. I mean, I see. The thing is that even if there's a correction and nothing changes on the macro front or the geopolitical front, those corrections would be utilized to add on to stocks. And I think automobiles again looks pretty good. Maybe a Hero MotoCorp, Mahindra and Mahindra, or a Maruti can be added to the portfolio. So we are going with automobile space, defense, metals, and banking. These are the four sectors which we have been focusing on to buy on all the corrections. Last one got added with this development.
What would be some of your specific picks, Dharmesh, especially in auto? Would you be looking at auto favorably? Would you be looking at realty favorably? Two of the top gainers?
Realty, no. I mean, would be avoiding as far as realty is concerned, though we have seen good numbers for this Q4. But if you go on to negotiate a deal around 10-15% immediately, the discount is being offered, input prices are going up. And I mean, there won't be any interest rate cut. So realty is in a spot, it's just a bounce which we are seeing. But automobiles, we did see that their traction is likely to continue going into the marriage season. And Hero MotoCorp is a top pick out there. They came out with a solid set of numbers, 24% kind of a growth. I mean, monthly run rate is reaching around 6 lakh vehicles per month, which is likely to be maintained. It's cheap in valuation times on a trading basis, 50% of 1 year forward multiple with 23% kind of an ROE. And margins are likely to be sustained because all of them price hike. So to my mind, in the entire two-wheeler space, if one is looking for value buy, Hero MotoCorp stands a good chance, and scooter has picked up very well for them. So all things are firing up for Hero MotoCorp. If one wants to add more diversification, then maybe Mahindra and Maruti can also be added in the same basket.
Okay, thank you so much, Shivangi and Dharmesh, for joining us this afternoon. Those beaming smiles there also reflecting how the street is feeling. You know, I think the sustenance of the gains today is the important talking point, and I would say the big headline takeaway. Just pull up the Nifty. We'll pull it up intraday, just about 2 minutes to go. And the fact that we're going to end up sustaining with these gains of nearly 4% on the Nifty above the 24,000 mark, steady through the day, is indeed an important marker. The fact, and something we marked at the start of the show, that volumes in the cash segment are up 70% compared to the same time 24 hours ago, at least when we started the show at 2:30, also tells you that there is that momentum that comes back. I just wonder if FIIs have joined the party or are sitting on the sidelines.
You know, even if they haven't, in the run-up to today, Tamanna, the way that they had changed their positions in the F&O space is perhaps indicative of the direction that we might be heading into, and we might have to review those ranges quite considerably now that we've had this breakout move today. And in fact, it's not just the benchmark Nifty 50. You see on the screen as well, you have the Nifty Bank that's up about 5.7%. Remember, it's been a stark underperformer in the conflict so far. And the mid-cap index and the small-cap index is where the action is. 4.2% or 4.1% for the mid-cap index, about 4% for the small cap index. I also want to pull up the Nifty Next 50, if you will, because this is an index that goes missing. We speak about the Nifty 50 and then we jump straight to the mid cap index, but this is a host of stocks that actually does particularly well. These are large cap stocks, remember, that are doing particularly well in trade today. We might pull up that at some point, but pull up the Nifty 50 heat map just to look at the picture of how we're ending today. The Nifty 50 is a pretty picture today, and there might be a little bit of red on the screen. Coal India from the start of trade today, and Wipro has actually moved to the red territory from positive.
So is Tech Mahindra. Ahead of those TCS numbers coming in. I mean, Shriram Finance is tough for different reasons.
Very high beta.
No, and also MUFG clearances have sort of come in, so a news kind of a push. Tata Motors PV reacting today to updates which had come yesterday. Their domestic businesses have done well. Worst of problems for JLR may be over. Adani End about 9% up. That US court admitting the plea is important, and that's what's reflecting on the screen. Indigo also, remember, the government has given ease for parking charges and some other charges for airlines, that's good for Indigo. So you're seeing a lot of reason for stocks to bounce up and an interesting lot over there. If you could just pull up contributors before we get to the sectoral heat map as well. And HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank. Remember, Alex, consistently HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank was what was dragging down the markets, which is why I'm suspecting that you might see a good FII figure, because that's the favorite and first port of call for that segment of investors.
But having said that, domestic institutions, I think, have been nibbling, and they would have utilized
but they never
today
left.
as well.
They actually had that conviction throughout. So yeah,
Certainly.
we'll have to wait and see. That'll be an interesting lot.
Let's pull up the sectoral heat map just to complete the picture today, and it is going to be a largely green screen. CPSE at the bottom of the screen there is the only spot where you've just about managed to get into the green, but it's Realty, Auto, Nifty Bank, Nifty PSU banks, private banks on top of the list there, doing incredibly well. So it's been a pretty picture today. I wonder if it continues tomorrow, Tamanna.
Absolutely. Watch out really for opportunities continuing into tomorrow. The cabinet meeting and the announcements of some of those measures at 4 p.m. today will also be interesting to see. Your one-stop shop for all markets and business news is right here. So stay with us. For now, from Alex, me and the team that put the show together, thank you so much for watching.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Saigal. What's happening?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Saigal, on Prime 5 only on NDTV 24/7.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu. Here we come.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
New year, new power panel, India market open, now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table-thumping buy.
And when the street wants the levels, he brings the chart.
Charts speak the truth, and I deliver the levels with no frills.
Parag Thakkar and Kush Bohra are now part of the morning crew with Tamanna, Neeraj and Alex. Same show, sharper voices. Every morning on India Market Open, your favorite market show just got better. On NDTV Profit, for your profit. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company, weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu. Here we come.
others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Aisha Sehgal. What's Saturday? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's Saturday.
Join me.
Good evening. You're watching Market Express with me, Shreyanshi Singh. Let's get straight into the show. But before we do that, remember that this is the show that gets you a roundup of the entire trading day, but also the latest news and updates from within the country and across the globe. But let's quickly take a look at what the markets were up to all through today after weeks of escalating tensions. A conditional 2-week ceasefire has been agreed between the US and Iran, and that was something that you were looking at, which includes a temporary reopening of the Strait of Hormuz for safe passage of oil and gas shipments. US President Donald Trump announced the deal, stating that he has asked US forces to step back subject to Iran, allowing the complete, immediate and safe opening of the strait. Iranian Foreign Minister, in fact, also confirmed that safe passage will be possible for 2 weeks if attacks on Iran cease. Now, the ceasefire is part of a broader negotiation process with further talks expected in Islamabad. So that's something that you're looking at right now. That's the key trigger when you talk about markets. But let's quickly take a look at the market picture as well. A wonderful Wednesday is what you were looking at for much of today, as the street really cheered Iran-US ceasefire. Both Nifty and Sensex surged almost 4% in trade, HDFC and ICICI Bank. Now, those are the two heavyweights that were lending support. Tech Mahindra on the flip side among the counters that led the most. Broader markets mirror benchmarks with an uptick of about 4% as well. And a broad-based rally on Dalal Street, like I mentioned, as every sector closed in the green. So sea of green is what you were looking at. Autos and realty lead the gains, while PSU banks and consumption stocks add strength, reflecting improved risk appetite across the market. Moving on, then, the Reserve Bank of India's Monetary Policy Committee has decided to keep the repo rate unchanged at 5.25% for the 6th consecutive time. The MPC maintained its neutral stance on policy, citing global uncertainties and elevated inflation risks. Now, you do have RBI governors who's also said that the decision provides policy continuity while the economy navigates volatile global financial conditions. Experts, in fact, are expecting more rate pauses in the coming months as the central bank monitors the impact of the ongoing conflict on oil prices as well as inflation. And the RBI has also retained its GDP growth projection for FY26 at 6.5%, while slightly revising its inflation forecast upward. Let's also move on and talk to you about some of the counters that were also in focus. So something like an SML Mahindra that was showing operational momentum despite export challenges. The company reported a 12% year-on-year rise in commercial vehicle sales. And when you talk about the CV production as well, an uptick of about 3.6% there itself. Export volumes, on the flip side, were impacted even as domestic demand and operational execution remain resilient. Moving on, then, let's talk to you about something like a Max Healthcare that has announced plans to acquire a 58% stake in the 250-bed Kalinga Hospital, strengthening its regional presence. Now, when you talk about the board that's also approved a senior secured term loan of up to 300 crore rupees to fund the transaction, underlining the company's expansion strategy through strategic acquisitions and capacity building. Moving on, then, let's talk about something like a Renaissance Global that has strengthened its balance sheet in the March quarter, cutting gross debt also by approximately 123 crore rupees in Q4, a decline of about 20% on a quarter basis. And on a constant currency basis, you're looking at a debt reduction that was even sharper at 24%, reflecting disciplined financial management and improved cash flows. Moving on, then, let's talk about something like PN Gadgil that was in focus on the back of raising its financial year 27 revenue target, signaling stronger confidence when it comes to growth visibility. The stock was buzzing away in trade with that 2.8% uptick also coming in. And the company now expects revenues to the tune of about 13,500 crore rupees, which is significantly higher than their previous guidance. The upward revision reflects improving demand trends
expansion momentum and a positive outlook as well when it comes to consumer spending, reinforcing the management's longer-term growth strategy. Let's also talk to you about something like a Titan that was sparkling in trade today. A strong show in the March quarter is what was powering this particular move, with that 6% uptick also coming in, led by sharp gains in its consumer business. Now, when you talk about jewelry, that also shined again, and that was on the back of solid demand, with both studs and plain gold seeing healthy traction and buyer growth returning after a muted spell. You do have watches that in fact grew at a slower pace as smart wearables dragged, but eyewear also stayed steady. So that's broadly the sectoral picture that you're looking at when you talked about the updates also trickling in from Titan. Emerging businesses deliver a mixed picture, with fragrances and bags also doing well, even as sarees lag. Moving on, then let's also talk about HSBC that has initiated coverage on ICICI Prudential AMC with a buy call, saying that the fund house is well placed to outpace its peers. The brokerage, in fact, expects ICICI Prudential AMC to deliver stronger growth on key metrics over the medium term, even as the industry faces yield pressure. HSBC, in fact, has added that earnings growth is likely to broadly track asset growth, supporting its positive view on the stock. Moving on, then let's talk to you about something like an L&T that makes a strong comeback, reclaiming the 4,000 mark after weeks of pressure. The counter had slid sharply, and that was during the Middle East conflict, but ceasefire cues seem to have lifted the sentiment just a tad bit. Even after the recovery, the region remains central to L&T's growth strategy, with a large share of orders coming in from Middle East as well. The company continues to bet big on future-facing areas like AI, infrastructure, and data centers. Moving on, then let's talk about something like an Ashok Leyland that emerged as the top F&O gainer, bouncing back sharply after a steep correction. The stock, in fact, saw strong buying coming in after slipping significantly from its February peak. Even as the long-term trend stays firm on the business front, momentum improves in the second half with record sales and clear signs of a demand revival. A strong year for commercial vehicle makers add to the positive sentiment, but you do have expansion plans in LCVs, buses and EVs that remain on track. Moving on, then Ashiana Housing posts a solid close to the year with a sharp pickup in sales momentum in the March quarter. Bookings rise strongly both in value and volume, helping the company deliver its highest ever annual sales. When you talk about the strong finish, that signals sustained demand in its core residential markets as Ashiana caps off FY26 on a firm note. Moving on, then let's also talk about something like a Tata Steel that delivered its strongest performance in the March quarter, capped by record production and deliveries for the full year. Operations in India led the show, with domestic volumes hitting an all-time high, driven by steady demand from auto, branded and industrial segments, while European operations in fact remain mixed, with the overall performance underlines a strong finish to the FY26 for the steelmaker. Let's also talk about something like a Phoenix Mills that wrapped up FY26 on the strong note as well, calling it a milestone year in fact for their business. Retail consumption has hit an all-time high, led by steady traction across its existing mall portfolio and a sharp surge as well when it comes to this particular quarter, the office segment. Now that's the one that's really scaled up with healthy occupancy, while residential sales more than doubled, adding to the company's diversified growth story. And before we wrap our coverage of stocks to keep an eye on today, quick look at heavyweight HDFC Bank as well. There was no material governance issue seen after a review of the minutes of the meeting of HDFC Bank. And that is the word coming in from Sanjay Malhotra, RBI Governor as well. Let's go across and listen in terms of what else he had to say about the bank and the regulations.
हमारे हिसाब से कोई भी मटेरियल कंसर्न हमें चाहे गवर्नेंस या कंडक्ट से संबंधित हो वो नहीं है। तो उस बात को मैं यहाँ पे दोहराना चाहता हूँ कि कोई भी मटेरियल हमें कभी भी अपने सुपरविजन में या उनके रिकॉर्ड को देख करके ऐसा कोई गवर्नेंस और कंडक्ट से रिलेटेड मैटर हमारे सामने में मिनट्स की प्रति भी हमारे पास में आती है। तो उन सबको देखने के बाद में ही ये हमने जो वक्तव्य जो हमने अपना प्रेस नोटिस जो दिया, प्रेस नोट जो जारी किया, वो सबको सभी चीजों को ध्यान में रखने के बाद में ही दिया है। उसके ऊपर यदि कोई और निर्देश की आवश्यकता यदि हुई महसूस हुई तो उसके अंदर हम कभी भी पीछे नहीं हटेंगे।
All right, and there you go. So that's the word coming in from the RBI Governor. But let's also get the show going and take a look at some of the other stories that you should be keeping on your radar at this point in time. India's electronics industry has warned of imminent price increases for consumer goods due to rising raw material costs triggered by the ongoing Middle East conflict. Now, industry bodies have said that the prices of semiconductors, displays, batteries, and other key components have surged sharply because of higher shipping costs through the Strait of Hormuz. And you do have several manufacturers that have already indicated that they may actually pass on the increased costs to consumers in the coming weeks. Now, industry leaders have urged the government really to consider temporary relief measures, and that includes duty rationalization. Moving on, then, let's get you an update as far as the world of business is concerned. A US court has allowed the Adani Group to file a motion seeking dismissal of the securities fraud case filed by the US Securities and Exchange Commission. And this particular development came during a hearing where the judge granted the Adani Group and its executives permission to move for dismissal of the charges. The SEC had accused the group of concealing payments to intermediaries to secure solar power contracts in the country, and the Adani Group has strongly denied the allegations, calling them baseless. The next hearing on the dismissal motion is scheduled for later this year. Moving on, then, let's get you the word going as far as Bitcoin is concerned. That has climbed above $71,000 after a ceasefire agreement between the US and Iran that we've told you about boosted market sentiment. Now, the cryptocurrency crossed the key psychological level as investors cheer the temporary de-escalation in the Middle East conflict. Let's also talk about some of the other majors. So something like Ethereum and other major altcoins also posted gains in the last 24 hours, just to get you a track of that. And market analysts are saying that the positive development reduced geopolitical risk premium, supporting a broader recovery even when it comes to cryptos other than equity markets. Moving on, then, let's also talk to you about India's airport regulator that has ordered a 25% reduction in landing and parking charges at major airports for domestic flights for the next 3 months. Now, the Airports Economic Regulatory Authority of India took the decision to provide immediate relief to airlines facing higher operating costs due to the ongoing Middle East conflict, as well as airspace restrictions and surging jet fuel prices. Now, the cut will help lower non-fuel expenses for carriers and ease pressure really when it comes to their balance sheets. Moving on, then, let's talk to you about Air India and Indigo that have resumed select flights to the Middle East after a temporary suspension caused by safety concerns and airspace restrictions. Amid the ongoing US-Iran conflict, Air India will operate limited services to Dubai, Abu Dhabi and Sharjah, while Indigo is going to be restarting flights to Dubai and Abu Dhabi from select Indian cities. Both airlines, in fact, have emphasized already that all operations will strictly follow safety protocols and real-time advisories from aviation regulators. Moving on, then, on to national news. India has welcomed the temporary ceasefire between the United States and Iran, expressing hope that it will lead to lasting peace in the Middle East. The Ministry of External Affairs said de-escalation, dialogue and diplomacy remain essential, while also stressing expectations of unimpeded freedom also of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. India has also noted that the prolonged conflict has disrupted global energy supplies and trade. The ceasefire is conditional on Iran agreeing to safely reopen the strait, and that's a critical route that you're looking at in terms of what is going to happen, but India, of course, has welcomed the move. Moving on, then, India has advised its citizens to expeditiously exit Iran amid a rapidly deteriorating security situation still, or to stay indoors and avoid non-essential travel. Now, the Indian embassy in Tehran has urged nationals to avoid land border crossings and remain in close contact with the mission. Citizens have been asked to stay put for the next 48 hours, monitor local developments, and follow official advisories closely. Moving on, then, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar will visit the United Arab Emirates or UAE on April 9th and 10th. And the visit, in fact, comes shortly after the US and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire that includes the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. That's something that we've been talking about, but during his trip, Jaishankar is expected to hold high-level meetings with the leadership of the country to strengthen bilateral ties, particularly when it comes to energy security, but also trade and regional stability as well. The UAE, in fact, is a key partner when it comes to our country in the Gulf and a major source of oil imports. Moving on then, let's get you some international news right now, hours after announcing the temporary ceasefire. You have Trump, who said that the United States is going to be assisting with managing the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz and allow Iran to begin reconstruction at this point in time. And he's also said that US forces have been asked to step back and planned strikes on Iran have been suspended for 2 weeks. The ceasefire is conditional on Iran fully reopening the strait, and that's something that's important to reiterate yet again. Moving on, then, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, the Pakistani Prime Minister has really invited both the United States and Iran to hold talks in Islamabad on April 10th to negotiate a permanent settlement. The ceasefire follows Iran's 10-point proposal, which Trump described as a workable basis for negotiations. And you do have key elements that include controlled reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, an end to attacks on Iran and its allies, withdrawal of US forces from regional bases, lifting of all sanctions and payment of compensation. Moving on, then, NASA has released official images when it comes to the Artemis 2 mission, offering a stunning glimpse of the moon during its flyby. As you can see on your screens as well, the photographs capture detailed views on the lunar surface, marking this particular very important milestone in NASA's return to the deep space exploration. Now, when you talk about this particular mission, it's part of a broader plan to also send humans back to the moon and eventually push further into space. Moving on, then, India's Ayush Shetty has pulled off a major upset, stunning world number 7 Li Shifeng in a sensational start. The young shuttler delivers a fearless performance, taking down a top-ranked opponent and announcing his arrival on the big stage. It's a breakthrough win that could really mark the beginning of a very promising run. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express. Thank you so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech.
The Dalal Street celebrates Iran war ceasefire as Nifty clocks the biggest single-day gain since May 2025. While Nifty nears 24,000 levels, Sensex shoots up by over 2,900 points. All sectors led by real estate end with the bulls. Oil prices slip below the $100 mark following a 2-week ceasefire between the US and Iran. Metal rally with gold, silver and copper all posting gains of around 5%. RBI's Monetary Policy Committee keeps the repo rate unchanged at 5.25% and maintains policy stance at neutral. RBI projected FY27 GDP growth at 6.9%, while CPI inflation for FY27 has been estimated at 4.6%. RBI Governor clears the air on HDFC Bank. Sanjay Malhotra says no misconduct or governance issue found in the bank. HDFC Bank gains close to 6% in trade today. After Trump announces 2-week ceasefire, US President J.D. Vance struck a note of caution, calling the Iran truce fragile and warning that the US would respond strongly if Tehran fails to honor its commitments. India welcomes ceasefire calls for compliance and lasting peace in the Middle East. Meanwhile, sources tell NDTV that External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is likely to visit the UAE and Mauritius today. Sources tell NDTV that the electronics industry has flagged sharp cost pressures amid global disruptions. Industry seeks zero duty on plastic materials, LNG and key metals to ease the burden. US court admits Adani Group's plea to dismiss SEC lawsuit. Adani Group promoters had asked the US court to dismiss a securities fraud lawsuit brought by the US Securities and Exchange Commission. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Profit 360. I'm Nisha Poddar, and let's take it straight to the top headline that we are tracking today. So the Indian markets, they celebrated the ceasefire news in the Iran war. While the Nifty really settled just shy of 24,000 levels, the Sensex advanced over a solid 2,900 points gain. As the benchmarks really ferociously jumped around 4%, the volatility index also drowned deep by 20% in the red. Now, the broader markets too echoed the upswing as buying confidence really returned to Dalal Street today on the news of ceasefire, and also crude oil prices coming down below $100 a barrel. In fact, my colleague Jasmeet is standing by to give us the entire action of the markets today. Jasmeet, it was an action-packed day and all in the green.
Well, thank you for that. A positive day for the markets indeed. Nifty gains over 850 points in today's trade and ends in green. While Nifty in terms of the percentage value gains about 3.7% and ends close to the 24,000 mark. If you look at the other key factor, this is the biggest single day gain of Nifty since May 2025, and Nifty ends in green for the 5th day in a row. Now, in terms of top key gainers in Nifty 50, we have stocks like Adani Enterprise and Shriram Finance, both gaining over 9%, while the broader markets were in line with Nifty's performance in today's trade. If you look at small cap 250 and mid cap 150, all end in green. Now, in terms of Nifty mid cap 150, it almost ends over 4% in today's trade, and Nifty mid cap 150 marks its 3rd consecutive day of ending in green. The top key gainers in Nifty Midcap 150, we have stocks like Ashok Leyland, which gained the most in Midcap 150, about 13%, and the other stock that gained along with Ashok Leyland were Hind Petrol, AB Capital and HDFC AMC, gaining about 9%. If we look at the small cap, even that ends in green, gains over 4%. And the top gainer in small cap 250, we have stock like Chola Finance, which is a top gainer in small cap 250, gains about 16%. If we look at the key sectoral trend, all the sectors end in green in today's trade. While Nifty Realty and Nifty Auto are the top gaining sector, both up about 6.5%. Now, in terms of the key gainers in Nifty Realty, we have stocks like Dota Development developers, Prestige Estates and L&T among the top gainers in Nifty Realty, up about 8%. Now in terms of the Nifty Auto, we have stocks like Ashok Leyland, which gained the most in Nifty Auto, up about 12.5%. All in all, we do see positive up move coming in for the markets.
All right, thank you so much, Jasmeet, for getting us the roundup of the markets. And yes, there is a sea of green in the markets today. So the ceasefire move has clearly lifted the market sentiment, remember, and easing fears of a prolonged escalation and supply disruption. In fact, we spoke to a whole host of experts on how to really approach the market, like Richard Harris, Pankaj Murarka, Ajay Bagga. Hear out what the experts have to say on the market momentum.
People were looking at the Fed, for instance, they were looking at a bias of interest rates going down. Now the bias is very much a hold and maybe even looking to go up. So that is a major change from January. I think, as I said a moment ago, the consumer and concerns about spending is a major change from January. So yes, we are likely to see, the old dead cat bounce in equities.
Seen in the month of March was when you get and it's very logical that when you get a macroeconomic shock, financials is the first sector in any economy to get hit, and we saw very sharp underperformance where financials fell much more than the Nifty index. We don't see asset quality concerns in the sector. I think the balance sheets of banks and banking sector is probably one of the finest that I have seen in a very long time. Yeah, valuations are very reasonable, and we are already seeing signs of improving credit growth. Credit growth for year ended March 26 or FY26 at about close to 14% is much higher than 11% that we saw a year before. I think we are in the midst of a recovery as far as credit growth is concerned. So I think, and valuations are very reasonable in financials. So in that backdrop, definitely yes, I think financials is a must buy given the way the sector has been beaten down.
They tried to come back from September 2020 onwards, and nobody had the guts to come back. The SIP, holders made the maximum money. So Indian retail makes the maximum money because they are not timers of the market. So the SIP route is the best. That is the only free lunch that you have in finance, apart from diversification.
All right, so those were the experts on the markets. Now, in a major relief to the global economy, well, the oil prices, they dropped below $100 a barrel following the news of 2-week ceasefire in the Iran conflict. Now, both US WTI crude as well as Brent are trading in the range of $95 to $96 per barrel. And these oil benchmarks have, in fact, fallen close to 15% today alone. So that's a big news that also impacted the Indian market. And in stark contrast to oil, metals have really gained today. Palladium, gold, platinum, silver, copper, you name it, and they have all advanced by 5% on an average. And this relief is largely contingent on the immediate and safe reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is a critical choke point that transports 1/5 of the global flow. So that's all in all coming in as a positive development. All right, moving on from the market movement, let's take it straight to some macros then. The next big development of the day is MPC's repo rate decision. In line with the market expectations, the RBI really kept the repo rate unchanged at 5.25% and also retained a neutral stance. Now, during his address, the RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra said that India's macroeconomic fundamentals really remain robust despite the challenging time we witnessed in the month of March due to the conflict. He also confessed the elevated downside risks to the economy due to the Middle East conflict. And before we play some of those important expert takes from his address and some of those important comments that he made, let's take it straight across to my colleague Piyush for all the key takeaways from the MPC decision and the RBI policy. Piyush, tell us.
So a big day today. The RBI's Monetary Policy Committee has decided to leave the repo rate unchanged at 5.25% and also maintain its stance at neutral. The RBI's MPC has actually raised the inflation forecast for the current financial year to 4.6%. And the GDP forecast for the current fiscal has been lowered a bit to 6.9%. The RBI also mentioned that it does not target any rupee level after it had hit. The rupee had hit 95 levels against dollar last month, but Governor today clarified they do not target any level. They do intervene in forex market only when there is excess volatility. Further, there were also banking sector related developments in this policy, with the major one being about reviews of matter that will be placed before Banks Board. The RBI will come out with a draft circular specifying what the new processes will be and what matter should be taken to the board. They have also made proposed changes in the computation of banks' CRAR. They have proposed removing investment fluctuation reserve, and also they have brought in certain instructions for money market participants.
All right. Thank you so much, Piyush, for the key highlights coming in from the RBI's monetary policy. It's now also time to listen into some of the important remarks that were made by the RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra from his address this morning. Take a listen.
After a detailed assessment of the evolving macroeconomic and financial developments and the outlook, the MPC voted unanimously to keep the policy repo rate unchanged under the liquidity facility at 5.25%. Consequently, the STF rate remains at 5% and the MSF rate and the bank rate at 5.5%. The MPC also decided to continue with the neutral stance. Let me briefly elucidate on the channels of transmission through which the Indian economy may get impacted by the ongoing conflict. First and foremost, elevated crude oil prices could increase imported inflation and widen the current account deficit. Second, disruptions in energy markets, fertilizers, and other commodities may adversely impact industry, agriculture, and services, reducing domestic output. Third, heightened uncertainty, increased risk aversion, and safe haven demand could impact domestic liquidity conditions, economic activity, consumption, and investment. Fourth, weaker global growth prospects may dampen external demand and reduce remittance flows. Finally, adverse spillovers from global financial markets could tighten domestic financial conditions and raise the cost of borrowing.
All right, RBI Governor clearly highlighting the risks to the economy as well as the macroeconomic conditions because of the uncertainty and the war-related consequences. Now, besides the monetary policy decision, remember the RBI Governor also made an important clarification on HDFC Bank. Sanjay Malhotra said that there was no material governance issue seen after a review in the minutes of HDFC Bank. Listen into what he had to say about especially the comments that were made by Atanu Chakravarti while leaving his chairmanship at HDFC Bank, and RBI Governor there clarifying that there is no instance of misconduct at HDFC Bank.
हमारे हिसाब से कोई भी मटेरियल कंसर्न हमें चाहे गवर्नेंस या कंडक्ट से संबंधित हो वो नहीं है। तो उस बात को मैं यहाँ पे दोहराना चाहता हूँ कि कोई भी मटेरियल हमें कभी भी अपने सुपरविजन में या उनके रिकॉर्ड को देख करके ऐसा कोई गवर्नेंस और कंडक्ट से रिलेटेड मैटर हमारे सामने में मिनट्स की प्रति भी हमारे पास में आती है। तो उन सबको देखने के बाद में ही ये हमने जो वक्तव्य जो हमने अपना प्रेस नोटिस जो दिया, प्रेस नोट जो जारी किया, वो सभी चीजों को ध्यान में रखने के बाद में ही दिया है। उसके ऊपर यदि कोई और निर्देश की आवश्यकता यदि महसूस हुई तो उसके अंदर हम कभी भी पीछे नहीं हटेंगे।
Now, in a sudden shift from threats to pause, Iran and US have agreed to conditional 2-week ceasefire and opening of Strait of Hormuz. But hours later, US Vice President J.D. Vance calls the truce fragile in nature and also said that Trump is very impatient to make progress in Iran. In fact, Iran has also claimed that attacks continue in Iran despite the ceasefire. Iran claimed that Lavan refinery in Siri Island has been attacked. Meanwhile, Kuwait says that Iran proxies must halt attacks. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has also confirmed the ceasefire. However, earlier, remember, Israel Defense Forces claim that IDF has ceased fire in the operation against Iran, but warned that they are prepared to respond defensively against any violation of the ceasefire. Listen in to what did the representation of Iran's supreme leader really say about the ceasefire and their views on the developments.
This is on the hand of Iran, on the control of Iran, and Iran is the one who decides what it can do and what it has to do. Before this war, the Strait of Hormuz was open. No one had any problem for passing the Strait of Hormuz. And everyone was happy for that one. And no one got any problems and any crises or conflicts through this strait. But this aggression and this war created a lot of problems in the world through and also including the Strait of Hormuz. Now the war is stopped, or we have ceasefire for some days. We hope that this ceasefire will continue, and I hope that they got their lessons. They will not have intention to start again this war against Iran, and everyone will benefit from the Strait of Hormuz.
Now, hours after the US and Iran really reached a 2-week ceasefire brokered by Pakistan, well, India welcomed the move and expressed hope that it would really lead to a lasting peace in West Asia. In fact, the Ministry of External Affairs said in its first official statement, and I quote, "As we have continuously advocated earlier, de-escalation dialogue and diplomacy are essential to bring an early end to the ongoing conflict," end of quote. And according to sources, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar will travel to Mauritius and the UAE, and this will be the first visit by a top Indian minister to UAE after 40 days of West Asia war. All right, let's take it straight across to Cabinet Ministry briefing, interministerial briefing, and Ashwini Vaishnav is currently speaking over there. Let's listen in.
ट्रिपल सुपर फॉस्फेट और एसएसपी सिंगल सुपर फॉस्फेट, इनके लिए भी सेम प्रोविजंस रखे गए, और मेन है डीएपी उसके लिए। सेकेंड फैसला, राजस्थान में एक बड़ी रिफाइनरी बन रही है, एचपीसीएल राजस्थान रिफाइनरी लिमिटेड। इसमें कुछ फैसले लिए गए जिसमें जो इक्विटी कंट्रीब्यूशन रहेगा उससे रिलेटेड और कॉस्ट का जो अपडेट है उससे रिलेटेड। बहुत बड़ी रिफाइनरी बन रही है। जैसा आप सब जानते हैं कि भारत दुनिया का 4th लार्जेस्ट रिफाइनर ऑलरेडी बन चुका है। हमारी रिफाइनिंग कैपेसिटी 258 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन्स पर एनम की कैपेसिटी है। अब इसमें 9 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन्स पर एनम की कैपेसिटी और बढ़ जाएगी। कॉमर्शियल ऑपरेशन इस रिफाइनरी का जुलाई 2026 में चालू हो जाएगा। पचपदरा बालोतरा में ये लोकेटेड है। 1 लाख कंस्ट्रक्शन जॉब्स इसके टोटल क्रिएट हुए हैं, और जब ऑपरेशनल हो रही है, अभी सारी टेस्टिंग वगैरह चल रही है, पाइपलाइन भी मुंद्रा से बन गई है, तो करीब 10,000 डायरेक्ट जॉब्स ड्यूरिंग दी ऑपरेशंस रहेगा और बहुत सारे इनडायरेक्ट जॉब्स रहेंगे। 2 क्रूड इसमें रहेंगे। एक तो क्रूड रहेगा जो राजस्थान में मिलता है, दूसरा जो इम्पोर्टेड क्रूड होगा वो भी यहाँ पर रिफाइन होगा।
Right, so that was a cabinet briefing. Ashwini Vaishnav there giving an account of various sources of fuel over there. Now, remember that the government is really tightening gas allocation for key industries as well. Petroleum Secretary Neeraj Mittal has really written to the states, capping supply while prioritizing critical sectors like pharma, food, polymers and agriculture units. They will now get up to 70% gas allocation. Based on pre-March consumption, the move comes with an overall cap of 0.2 thousand metric tons per day, even as a wider set of industries from steel to ceramics remain covered under this particular framework. So government taking steps over there. All right, and government has denied all the reports on coal stock and deficit. In fact, Sanjeev Kumar Kasi, who's the Joint Secretary for Coal Ministry, has clarified that the country has massive coal stock of over 55 million tons, which is sufficient for 24 days of supply. Let's listen in to what else he had to say on the coal efficiency as well as supplies in the country.
The coal stock as of now at the power plant is around 55 million tons as of yesterday, which is adequate for 24 days of uninterrupted power generation based on the average consumption of last 7 days. So we have absolutely no deficit on the power generation side. Further, if we see the stock is there, people think that there is a coal only lasting for 24 days. That is not the case. It will last for 24 only days when coal supply is totally stopped. There is no deficit on daily basis. We are producing coal at the pace matching with the consumption levels. There is no deficit as of on daily basis.
All right, let's talk about businesses. Have you ever wondered how apparels are made? Well, my colleague Ridhima Bhatnagar takes us inside Page Industries' fully integrated Odisha manufacturing plant and in a conversation with the MD of the company, V.S. Ganesh, shares the insights on the manufacturing process, industry scale, expansion plans, and how the Middle East war is really impacting the raw materials and exports. Listen in to this conversation.
How the apparels which you wear are actually made. Straight from weaving to garments to the elastic socks which you wear, how they're actually manufactured in a factory. We are here at Odisha facility for Page Industries and we will show you how these apparels are actually manufactured and weaved and tested so that you can wear it with no worries. Let's go in. Page Industries, synonymous with brands Jockey and Speedo, has opened its new facility in Odisha, Cuttack, and we are here right now at the facility, and joining me to talk more on this is V.S. Ganesh, who's the MD and CEO of Page Industries.
Thank you so much and welcome to the Temple City, and really look forward to the...
Thank you. Thank you. Ganesh, I want to start by asking you that, how is the capex of the what is the capex of this factory and how it's been funded?
Okay, so the funding has been mostly from internal accruals. Of course, we have taken some debt because we do get capital and interest subsidy for that sake. But we always keep internal accruals for growth. So our dividend policy is such that we keep good payout for our investors, but we also accrue and keep good revenue for investment for future. As far as the investment for this project in Odisha is concerned, we have spent around 350 crores for this project. And we also have a phase 2 coming up in Chadabdar in Odisha. So that is the second project. This project is around 350 crores.
What is the capacity utilization of all your plants, including this one? And after this is added in the whole system, what will be the overall capacity utilization of the plants?
Okay. So this is our 16th facility. So we have 15 other manufacturing units, mostly across Karnataka. This is one of our biggest facilities outside Karnataka. So we have ventured out of the state and chosen Odisha as the destination. We are very happy with our decision. As far as capacity utilization is concerned, we have a capacity to produce more than 2.3 crores of pieces a month, and today currently we produce around 1.4, 1.5, because there is also a factor of efficiency, which is to do with the style mix, the learning curves and all that. So our productivity is as per our expectation, and that's why operating cost is well under control. As far as this particular plant is concerned, currently we have around 1,200 associates working with us. At its full maturity, we'll be recruiting around 100 people a month. We'll have around 5,000 direct employees. And there will be around 3,000 indirect people who will be benefited with this. We are also creating a supply chain network. So we have some of our key supply partners who are making investments in the state of Odisha to create a virtual supply chain that will bring speed and agility. They'll be employing around 3,000 to 4,000. And new project will employ around 2,000 people. So put together, we'll be touching 15,000 families.
So you've expanded in Middle East now recently.
Yeah.
So with this whole West Asia, how much of an impact are you seeing, and what is there any impact on your exports? And what percentage do you have that?
No major impact to exports, because we just got the license for Saudi and the whole of GCC. We had Dubai, Oman, Qatar, belt, but the other countries just came in. So export is hardly less than 1% of our revenue. So it has no major impact. Of course, it is a major opportunity for us, especially Saudi Arabia is a huge market. So we are very, very excited.
All right, my colleague Ridhima Bhatnagar there, right on the shop floor of Page Industries. All right, to another important corporate development. Well, the US court has admitted Adani Group's plea to dismiss SEC lawsuit. Remember that Adani Group promoters had asked the US court to dismiss a securities fraud lawsuit brought by the US Securities and Exchange Commission. My colleague Nimit is here with all the details and the background of the case. Nimit.
Yes, the US court has opened the door for Adani to argue its motion to dismiss its lawsuit against the SEC in the United States. Now, what this means is that Adani Green will get a chance to argue before the court that the SEC had no jurisdiction to take this case in the first place. Now, what it says is that it is not a US-linked company. The bonds that were issued were not US-linked, nor were they sold to US entities. It also says that the bonds were fully matured and paid back. There was no loss to investors. It also says that the allegations of bribery underlying this are false, and there is no link to either Gautam Adani or Sagar Adani in relation to this. It also secured a pre-trial motion, which means that now a schedule will be prepared to understand how that trial will take place and how this will be argued on merits.
All right. Thank you so much, Nimit, for that. And with that, we've come to the end of this edition of Profit 360. But keep it with NDTV Profit for all the news and views through the day. Thank you so much.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Aisha Sehgal. What's that today? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Aisha Sehgal, on Prime 5 only on NDTV 24/7.
क्या सर्च इंजन के चक्कर में पड़े हो दोनों? अब कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं। कॉल 9300
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and you are watching NDTV Profit. And yes, it's action-packed show and one of the hottest shows in the Know Your Company segment. I get you very much interesting companies which are buzzing and why. It's a very good story on that. It's a Raipur-based company. The first hint I'd like to give you, it's in steel tube manufacturing setup. Also, the company was recently listed, you could say not much, that it was listed in 2025, July 2nd. So, ek saal bhi pura nahi hua hai. But let's see how the stock has reacted. And interestingly, some good HNI and funds are there. The Q4 numbers have been really very strong, especially in the value-added segment. But the spike which we have seen from the month of March, stock is up more than 30%, and that is where the interest has come for retail regarding this company. But company क्या है? रायपुर की company है, steel tube वाली company है, but company का नाम क्या है? It's very interesting. Company's name is Sambhav Steel Tubes, and interestingly, I like their tagline also, Sab Sambhav hai. Now, will this matter for the stakeholders and the prospective stakeholders is something which I would like to get you in KYC. But why are we calling this company? What are the key reasons for it? Let's talk about that. The first key reason is definitely going to be decoding what led to this strong growth in the operational numbers in Q4, and we'll decode this in value-added product as well as intermediate product, the way company has put things out, and especially going ahead, where does the company see alpha being made, and of course the ecosystem as well in which the company is operating, the timelines for their commissioning facility, especially the Kesda facility. Remember, most of their facilities are in Chhattisgarh. It is centrally located and it has a lot of, you could say, minerals, and that is why it's apt for a steel tube company to be made there. And the capex allocation plans for FY27. Remember, there is a caveat to this. The company is under the silent period, so we won't be able to talk a lot about numbers, but we'll give you as much as value possible over our analysis. The benefits for the PLI Specialty Steel 2.0, that is something which the company has done an MOU, and recently they announced an acquisition in Vajra Alloys deal. What is the synergy in this investment? That is what we'll try to understand. And also, apart from this, the distribution expansion, the company is focusing on the coastal states across the India. They are expanding. Remember, Chhattisgarh is right in the middle of India. So they do have a locational advantage, and that is why the company is in focus. And to give it more perspective, we'll have the CSO, Bikash Agarwal from Sambhav Steel, where he'll give us all the details regarding the growth plans for the company. But let's understand how different this company is if you compare that with a steel tube manufacturer. Of course, this is an important sector.
The company manufactures electric resistance welded steel pipes and structural tubes across this segment. Thoda sa technical, I'll explain you in a very simple manner. Don't worry about that. The product includes pre-galvanized coil, pipes and stainless steel coils as well. There is coil, there is tubes, there are hollow tubes. These are some categories which we are dealing with. But remember, both the manufacturing facilities are located in the state of Chhattisgarh, Raipur to be precise. Also, 350,000 million tons per annum of ERW pipes and tubes. That's the installed capacity there. And also let's move ahead and see the other categories also where there is a strong capacity coming up. This is the pre-galvanized GP coils, we call it. Little bit technical, but I'm going to get you all the abbreviations. Do not worry about this. And this is another type of these pipes. Remember, these are all value-added products. So because of that, there is some alpha in the counter. Stainless steel coils, that's around 58,000 million tons per annum, but enough of installed capacity. Let's look at the expansion plans, how things are going out. They have 43 distributors in 15 states and 1 union territory. It'll be interesting to see if they are focusing on international expansion or not. And they have enhanced the finished product capacity. That's the target coming in to almost 1.2 million in the next 4 to 5 years. This is what the management stated in the third quarter. But let's look into some more details about Sambhav Steels. Of course, there was a lot of noise during its IPO, but after that the stock went into correction and now the interest is back, and that's why I've come here to explain you why. This is the Indian steel industry, ERW, and the demand, how things have panned out over the years and what's the expectation. Look at this growth coming in. Agar desh badhega to steel ka use to lagega hi lagega, and if steel use is there, then you need steel pipes, you need structures, and that is where the company comes in. But you must be wondering, itna difficult kyun hai Sharad? It's not. Electric resistance welding, of course, these coils and tubes are there, so heat comes in and then you can move these pipes. This is what is the simplified product which I am explaining you. One is galvanized pipes. Pipes hota hai, pipe ke upar zinc ka bas coating lagate, and that is what it's called GP. So do not worry, it's a type of a coil, it's a value added product, margin acha hai, and there is a hot and cold. Both of this rolling full hard pipes are there, both processes are there. So these are the key abbreviations you should note down. Note कर लीजिए या screenshot ले लीजिए इस वीडियो का, आपको समझ में आ जाएगा. So this is the overall setup, but Q4 numbers were really good. The value added product, I really liked it. I'm not going to go into tonnage. It was a 31% overall YOY growth. But let's break these things down. Structural pipes, however, जहाँ से this is the old, you could say the value added product, but this is one of the key products. That was up only 7%, but other products saw a significant jump. Let's talk about the pre-galvanized GP. That was go up 2 times. Let's look at the other category also where we saw significant jump in the sales. Stainless steel coils saw 2.5 times of jump coming, and this is where the alpha started coming in, but concern definitely there in the non-value added segment. This is the intermediate product. That is where it was down 36% on a year-on-year basis. So this is how we have actually calculated with the Q4 numbers. But let's get into more detail where the news flow has been really strong. There has been stake acquisition in Vajra Alloys, especially what benefits comes. We will be asking Bikash about that, and the MOU with the Ministry of Steel for PLI scheme for the specialty steel. This was also recently announced. So what are the key timelines? How much will the company be putting the money? So this is something which everybody is interested about. But is there a value emerging in Sambhav Steels? ये सबसे बड़ा सवाल है. Let's ask. It's entering into new products, and the channel checks are suggesting they're entering into such projects where only 1 or 2 players have that capabilities. Secondly, the operational updates remain strong post the IPO also. The Q3 numbers I checked, the Q2 numbers I checked, it hadn't dipped despite the geopolitical issues, and that is something which is good. The debt and the working capital issues, they are improving as well. We saw that in the numbers as well. And also the valuations do turn attractive if you see the correction from the 2025 highs. I'll get you the entire valuations picture, but I'm just giving the thesis why more value emerging can be there. Street is still bullish on the backward integration theme as well, and very few players have that. It's an unorganized industry as well, but the organized players with the backward integration facilities do have some alpha left. But let's talk about the rating parameters where we'll judge the company in KYC, and of course we talk about the income statement, balance sheet, cash flow. This is the most of the core numbers to look at. We also look at the return ratios, and there seems to be a change in that profile. Shareholding street cred, of course, it has been listed. एक साल भी नहीं हुआ है, so there will be a limited data on shareholding and street cred. But return ratios is something which we will talk about, but that's on the valuation front where I'll compare that with the peers and the outlook as well. So that's the entire picture when we judge a company in KYC. But let's talk about income statement, what should be there. And there's definitely the top line has been growing, but the bottom line numbers and the PAT numbers have been a bit dejected. So there seems to be a little bit of pressure coming in when it comes to the overall margin impact. Now, why these margins are on the lower side, we'll get that numbers in the Q4 update, because today management won't be talking on that, but we'll try to get the flavor of it. Is the pressure bottoming out? And the other side, to negate my theory, is the Q3 numbers. It was rock solid, and we just mentioned about the Q4 operational update, so that means the H2 numbers are going to be strong, and that is where I feel that a good momentum or an alpha can be made. But of course, the story of the margin trajectory from 12 to it has come down to 9. Is this bottoming out, or is there more pressure on that? So that is also a big question to be asked. So a lot of conflicting views are coming in when I do my analysis on the income statement. So it's a neutral rating as of now. Second one is the balance sheet. I spoke about the debt equity ratio coming down. Check the 9-month numbers. I just have the FY25 numbers, but that has improved. The working capital cycle has improved. These are my two positive points. But of course, the borrowing levels, it must be looking a bit heftier on this side. So that is definitely there, coming down. But remember, the company is still expanding. They are looking at backward integration and they are going all out. So for that, kharcha lagta hai, debt bhi lagta hai, और थोड़ा ब्याज भी लगता है, and that's why the PL&L also gets impacted too. But net the cash bank balance is decent at 16 crores. So it's a neutral rating for balance sheet also. Let's talk about the third one, and that is the cash flow segment. Has the cash flow improved? I'm just going to check the FY25 numbers, 9-month numbers. We need to give it more time, and yes, the numbers have improved. The cash flow from operations have done well, and the conversion which happens to the PAT numbers, that's also where we are seeing some good moves coming in. So the first 2-3 parameters have been strong. So I'm going to give a thumbs up when it comes to the overall cash flow segment. But a little bit of concern comes for me when I talk about the return ratios, because in the company when it came, the IPO of course was coming in this FY24 numbers, but the ROC numbers seem to be coming down. Now why is that? Is there a change in the business model, or is it something else? That's something which we'll ask Bikash all about. But right now the ROC numbers, and let's just pull out the ROE numbers also to give you the entire picture, that is also going down. There seems to be a bit of concern, but is this bottoming out? Because I feel there is a change in the business model. And there might be other reasons also why these ROE and ROC numbers are under pressure. So we'll try to ask Bikash a little bit about that. But right now it's a thumbs down when it comes to the return ratios for Sambhav Steel Tubes. Also, apart from this, let's look at the shareholding. And shareholding, it's been decent. The promoters have kept their stake, it's unchanged. A little bit of sell-off has happened in the market. Small and mid caps have taken a good chunk out. FIs have reduced their stake to 2%. It's not changed much, but it seems like DIs who had come, especially during the IPO, seems to have left the company in support, and that's also one of the reasons why the absorption was not there. If you're a student of demand and supply, you'll understand that DIs might have just come for a listing pop. That's a little bit of concern for me as well. But net, they are not fully sold it off. 3% are there. And if operational parameters improve and stock momentum comes back, we might see DI participation again. But as of now, it's a neutral rating for shareholding. But apart from shareholding, let's talk about the street cred. How much money has been made? I mentioned to you that from March lows, stock 30% आपको कमा के दिया है, but nevertheless after the DI sell-off happened, the anchor lock-in happened, the stock did fall, and it's still down 19% from its 2025 highs. IPO, remember, the listing was very strong, so from IPO price still the stock has made money. If you have invested, the stock is up 37%. So there is definitely mixed cues for this stock, and just to keep this perspective balanced, I have given this a neutral rating as well. But let's talk about the valuations, how things pan out. The last 12 months P ratio, I have taken APL Apollo, Sambhav and Hariom Pipes. Aluminum pipe seems to be totally out of the race. It's just 14 times P it's trading at. Apollo is at 71 times. It's of course the market leader, and innovation, R&D and distribution is at the highest side, but the company is competing in the top 2 to 3 category. There is a good up move recently which happened, so now the valuations have come up. It's 47 times. Of course the listing pops valuation is not there, but nevertheless the valuations are not very cheap also. Looking at a steel and tube company, there might be other peers as well, but the overall numbers right now I still find it neutral. And APL Apollo does command premium, let's be honest, but nevertheless you should be looking at Sambhav Steel also. Good time to enter right now or not, we don't know, because stock just run up 30% from March lows and it's going up more and more as we speak. Let's talk about the outlook after this neutral rating coming in for Sambhav Steel. They are commissioning the greenfield unit at Kesda. That's the important point to look at. By when these numbers start coming in, they'll be adding 1.2 million tons per annum of finished products. That is what we'll be looking at. And also the third important outlook is they'll be increasing the distributors in the states of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Maharashtra and Goa. These are the coastal facing belts from Chhattisgarh, so that definitely augurs well for the company, and they'll continue to develop new value added products. Now the question is, which are these products? And is Apollo Pipes or the biggest players making that? So that is where the story happens, from small cap to mid cap, and that's the story which was sold in the IPO as well, and companies trying to maintain that. The PLI was Specialty Steel 2.0, a recent announcement coming in. What benefit does it come in? What are the key details about it? We'll understand a little bit that from Bikash as well. But net the outlook remains strong for Sambhav Steel. So I've given a thumbs up for it. But let's revise the KYC ratings. How does the company pan out and what you should do going ahead? And of course the management commentary is still left. Income statement, balance sheet has been neutral. Return ratios have been falling each year. Why it is there? That's a big question. Definitely we'll be asking about the other key details as well. But remember, financial is something we are not talking today because of the silent period, and we respect that, and we respect the SEBI guidelines. Shareholding, street cred and return ratio largely neutral coming in, but the outlook is something which has caught my eye, and that is strong as well. So let's add up the total KYC rating, how much we are going to give. It's around 4.5 out of it. It's largely in line with the average numbers which we give to the companies which come in KYC. But to put things more in perspective, we are joined in by Bikash Agrawal. He's the CEO at Sambhav Steel. An interesting snippet about him. He held leadership positions across EFL Finance, Ratan India, RBL Bank, and also he's associated with the company since November 1st, 2024. And joining us is Bikash. Good afternoon, Bikash. It's always a pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit. Bikash, I would like to start with the Q4 updates. Very strong Q4 updates coming in the value-added product segment, which you have announced. But intermediate product, definitely year-on-year basis, there was a downtick. What are the key takeaways from the Q4 numbers? What led to this growth and growth ahead?
Thank you very much. I think you have elaborated about our company in a very detailed way. First of all, thank you very much, NDTV, for giving me this opportunity to explain about our company and about our financials. Related to the Q4, as we know, we have reported our financials. We have reported our volume numbers, which looks promising. I would like to highlight that in November 2024, we have started our two new business line, I would say product line, that is galvanization, pre-galvanization products and stainless steel coil product. In Q4, we achieved our peaked utilization for both our products. Both the products are well received by our consumer and the market itself. Apart from that, because of this war situation, there is a complete breakdown of supply chain, which we have seen during our COVID days. Because of that, there is some supply constraint from stainless steel and pre-galvanized product into the market by large players. Because of that, I believe our product sold out of the shelf quickly, and we utilized our capital. We utilized our production efficiency very well. We cashed in on this opportunity in the market vacated by the large player, and we sold our product in a premium into the market. So if you see our product utilization, our product growth perspective in terms of sales number, it looks promising to us, and Q4 is where we picked our product sale in terms of value-added product. So the number shows it all. That's what I would like to say about our Q4 number.
See that some kind of a relief is coming in the geopolitical tension, but your industry, which
Yes.
I have studied also, it's not going to finish in just 2 weeks. It's going to see an impact in Q1 also. So in Q1 also, can we see a repeat happening? Because generally what happens is these transactions or contracts happen for 3 to 6 months, and maybe Q4 also would be giving the same, I mean to say the Q1 would be giving the same good performance as in Q4.
We can obviously hopeful of that we will repeat the volume number of value-added product in Q1 itself. But nevertheless, we don't want the war situation to continue, because we would not like to be seen making profits when the war is going on. It is something which actually supply side of the market given us an opportunity because of the energy crisis and because of the supply chain breakdown. Large players are not able to fulfill the demand of the market, and the benefit of that particular supply side constraint was actually benefited to us. So we are very much hopeful that the numbers we have shown in Q4 is going to be repeated in Q1. Nevertheless, we do not want the war to be continue, and we hope that this war pauses and peaceful resolutions comes out of it.
And because ji, one more question on this MOU you have signed for the the specialty tubes. What is it all about? What are the key timelines? Any money allocated for it?
So we have purchased a stake of 15% in a company called Bajra Alloys Private Limited. This company is a subsidiary of another listed company called Kriska Strapping Solutions Limited. This company, Bajra Alloys Limited, is going to make cobalt-based alloys, nickel-based alloys, titanium-based alloys, pH high-strength steel, and certain speed steel that is very niche in the market. Very high precision requirement is there in India. Mostly 90 to 95% of Indian requirement is currently imported. So Bajra Alloy is a company which is in a very nascent stage. We are, providing them technical know-how. We are providing them all our capabilities and strength and the know-how that we know about these products to the Bajra Alloys. They are going to execute, they are going to make the raw material. So raw material making risk lies with them. We will act as a forward integration for those raw material being made by the Bajra Alloys in future. We will make value-added product out of it. So it is a win-win situation for both the companies. We believe there is a good amount of synergy between both the companies in terms of making alloys and their value-added products. So this in going forward, we believe this acquisition or this investment of 15% in Bajra Alloy is going to make both the shareholder of both the parent company beneficial, and we are going to enter into a market which is very niche in India, very nascent in India, and more or less it is import driven.
So you are entering a niche market and an import driven market. Now this market, where is the final application for these products would be there? Which will it be? Will it be the EV, defense, semiconductor? Where is it?
So all the industries that you have named, that is semiconductor, defense, marine, critical infrastructure, nuclear power plant, all this industry use this alloys product in very, very major way. This is their primary requirement. And going forward, if you see, there is a submarine making in India going on. There is nuclear power plant based planning is going on through Shanti Bill of Parliament. So there is defense manufacturing domestically is growing very fast. There is semiconductor industry that is growing very fast. So the product that Vajra is going to make, that is titanium based or let's say cobalt based or whatever steel, alloy steel they're going to make, is going to be used in all the sunrise industry that India has started looking at very seriously currently.
All right, so new investments, new sunrise industries, and that's a good news story as well. But Bikash, apart from this, just wanted to understand a little bit. See, we cannot discuss the numbers, but of course the ROC, ROE numbers have been coming down. I just saw your presentation as well. Is it a change of business model? Give us a strategic view, or is it something else?
If you see the number in 2022 was a perfectly abnormal number. I would say it's an outlier number. The number looks, above 60%. In fact, the ROC number doesn't give you a true picture because the property which were generating this profit were actually dated back 2017 and 18. So we were calculating profit based on the investment that was done in 16-17. But going forward, in 2024, 25, 26, we have been doing major and large capex. So because of the ongoing capex, the benefit of the capex start accrue from the next financial year itself. So if you see on a particular that year, my old investment and my new capex doesn't give you a right picture of ROC and ROE. So you have to look into the view of what is the new investment. If I subtract the new investment number from the from my total capital invested, then the ROC number looks promising. But if you add my new capex, the benefit of which is going to be accrued in the next financial year,
because we are running
promising.
short of time, I just wanted to get the final view on your expansion plans for the Kesda facility. What are the timelines and the addition of the output fast?
As we have said, we are executing this 1.2 million ton of capacity of final product greenfield project in 3 phases. First phase will have stainless steel coil manufacturing of 360,000 ton of installed capacity. We are well in time on executing timeline. So we believe in Q4 2027 we will be commissioning this project. We will have the trial run in January to February 2027, and in next financial year we will have the plant up and running.
Okay, so the plant will be up and running by the next financial year. Thank us a lot,
No, it's
Vikash.
not next financial. It's Q4 2027. It will be up and running.
Okay,
we will get the benefit in Q1 2028.
Okay, Q1 FY28. That's a good correction coming in. Thanks a lot, Vikash, for giving your time, giving the entire perspective about the
Thank you
business.
very much.
And what's the growth outlook ahead. So that's the management of Sambhav Steel Tubes, and definitely that investment which they have announced and they have spoken about, that is where the interest is lying in the street. They are going after the sunrise industries and trying to develop a mode. But remember, lot of gestation period is there in this setup, so the benefits won't come immediately. So these are some interesting companies which I get for you in KYC, where we try to get alpha for you. So that's all, folks. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu. Here we come.
क्या सर्च इंजन के चक्कर में पड़े हो दोनों? अब कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं। कॉल 9300
You're watching Your Money Matters here at NDTV Profit. I am Mahima Vajrajani, and today we are going to take up two very interesting topics. The first one is whether timing the markets is a myth or is it an actual thing, and the second one is that we're going to talk about gold and silver as to what should you do now, considering that we have seen correction in both of these metals. Of course, today we did see some rally coming in, but what should you do with your portfolios and your holdings with regards to where gold and silver goes? But the first topic, and that's a very interesting one, timing the markets, right? There was a very interesting tweet that I read recently that Monica Halan had posted, and she said that there is one investor that has been kind of investing for 35 years every year at 52-week high. So that's an unlucky investor, right? But still, the investor managed to compound 35 lakhs into 3 crore rupees. And that's, that defies the fact that, one should time the markets before investing. So, to take this conversation ahead and to understand as to how important this aspect is while making your investments, we're now joined by Ashish Somaya, who's the CEO of White Oak Capital, joining us now. Ashish, thank you so much for taking out the time. My first question to you is, we introduced the topic saying that whether timing the markets is a myth or not. What do you think? What are your views according to the so-called parlance these days, that considering everything, the tweet was talking about this, right? That considering everything, the investors still managed to grow the money via compounding.
Yeah, Mahima. So I think we've always held the belief and propagated the belief that you quoted from that post by, Ms. Monica Halan, which is that, even the unluckiest investor, someone who is consistently, and, we did that even with SIP actually, that, if you are doing an SIP the same way like she has done for lump sum investment, we did it for SIP also once at White Oak. And said that, in every month, if your SIP installment consistently gets bunked in at the worst day or the highest point of the month, and then you hold your SIP for a longish period like 15, 20 years, I think the impact was hardly in the second decimal place in terms of the return CAGR. So both the cases we have seen this. And I think the key point to keep in mind is that, the nuance out here is that timing becomes important if you're a short-term investor, meaning that the shorter the period of investment or the shorter the period of evaluation for performance, that much more the timing will matter, right? I mean, for example, if somebody is investing only for 1 year, then it will matter a lot whether the person invested yesterday or they invested before the war in West Asia started. But if a person is investing for next 10 years, then I think ultimately we all are investing for longer term, right? So if you're a long-term investor or if the period of evaluation is slightly longer, then the effect of timing goes lesser and lesser. So I think what people should keep in mind is that the impact of timing is less if you're a long-term investor, which is what we all are and which is what we all must be if we really want to compound our wealth.
Got it. And that's the perfect answer. But you know what, Ashish, the problem here is that while professionals understand this fact, there are retail investors out there that still think that they can go ahead and time the markets, right? What is the kind of psychology behind this, and how can one overcome this? Because I think that is a problem that one needs to solve, right?
I don't know how much of that answer lies in maths, but I can try with the behavior or the psychology point.
Yeah.
And I have learned over a number of years that it's true of you, it's true of me, it's true of all human beings. We have this specific bias, I don't know what it is called, which is that the better we understand the past, or the better we understand the happenings, occurrences, or sequence of events of the past, we start thinking that we can forecast the future better. So if you get a good understanding of the past, you start feeling that you'll be able to understand and forecast the future better. Now, that is a myth. That is completely wrong. Just because you get a good understanding of the past doesn't mean you can predict this is how it's going to play out in future, right? So in the past, if you look at the data, I can tell you some staggering facts. Like, for example, I can tell you the biggest rallies always come in bear markets. Look, right now we are living through this West Asia war. Market was going down, down, and down. Suddenly there is a ceasefire. Boom, you are up 3.5%. In COVID, you kept going down, down, and down. Somewhere in the first week of April 2020, there was a day when market went up 6%. So big moves come in bear markets. And people who understand that after a big fall, there is a bump up, all of this past data seems to suggest that, oh, wow, if you time it, you could have made better returns. And you get good understanding of the past. But if you time it, you can make better returns, is true. But can you catch the timing? I mean, till yesterday, if you told someone there'll be a ceasefire, they would say, what nonsense. Mr. Trump is going to nuke Iran. Right? So that's the problem. That an understanding of the past makes us to believe we can predict the future. And I think that we should get away from. I don't think anybody can do it.
Absolutely. So then would you rather invest a lump sum amount in a bad time? You're right? You cannot kind of time that bad time. But let's say in the last week, if somebody would have made a lump sum investment, would have made good money today. So then do you think that maybe in such timings, one can invest lump sum amount and continue their SIPs in volatile times? Is that the right approach if they have lump sum amount with them?
I think SIP should be continued in volatile times. That is a no-brainer, because if you keep investing on the up and up, you will get poor averaging. And if you skip on the down, then you will get worse returns, right? So SIP should continue as a no-brainer. Now, coming to the lump sum part, and I have been through this for many, like, in the last 15 days, I've been doing a webinar practically almost every day because people would like to know how to approach this. And I've consistently been telling that the answer lies in probabilistic thinking, which is that till yesterday, let's say you were 15% down from the peak, right? And it looked like, what is the probability? At every point in time, we have to think that what is the probability that it can get worse, and what is the probability that from here it can get better. And we were always saying that the economic fallout and political fallout of this war is so big that the parties who are involved will have to find some exit, right? So, definitely don't invest lump sum, but in the next couple of months, in tranches, get invested, because this can't continue for ever and ever because the fallout is too much. So we never told anybody that jump in and put lump sum, but we said that if you have money on the side, if you want to invest and take advantage of what is happening, definitely don't go all in. But the probability that it will stop at some time, that probability is rising with the economic and political fallout, and hence get invested in a staggered fashion in the next month or two. And that's the more appropriate thing to do at this juncture. For example, even now, after 15 days, we don't know.
Right.
Apart from this war, we are dealing with a deteriorating economy and deteriorating capital market scenario in the US.
Correct.
Right? So we are not out of the woods. I think take advantage of lower levels, by all means invest, but stagger it over a period of, maybe a quarter actually, if you ask me.
Absolutely. That makes complete sense, Ashish. The other aspect is that, sometimes timing is kind of unavoidable, right? There are phases where, probably, for example, when valuations are too high or where there's a bubble. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, so see, that's why I said, the biggest of bubbles can get stretched further.
Correct.
Right. I mean, take the example. I mean, in India, we are nowhere near a bubble. I don't see us experiencing a bubble in recent times. I don't think. I never felt like that. COVID was largely unexpected. So, yes, market fell, but definitely we were not in a bubble. But if you take US, for example, right? I mean, take a statistic, 40% of the S&P 500 is now all these AI hyperscalers and stuff, right? And people have given out statistic that whenever something becomes more than 40% of S&P 500, it is usually in hindsight known to be a bubble. Now, can that 40% become 42 or 44? I don't know. The biggest of bubble can actually expand further before it actually bursts. So all these things do happen in hindsight that, oh my God, yes, it was a bubble. I should have got out. The better way is, maybe I'll repeat myself, better way is to think probabilistically, right? By probabilistical thinking, what I mean is that at any point in time where you are, you need to step back and think that whenever this kind of thing has happened in the past, after that, what has happened? So what is the probability that this will continue? Like if I find at a juncture in the market, like say about US, my understanding is that there is a 80% probability that it goes down and there is a 20% probability that it expands to become bigger. But if it expands to become bigger, then the probability for going down will start inching to 90 or 95, right? So you have to keep monitoring. You have to know where you are in the cycle or where you are compared to past historical experiences. And from that point on, you have to think in probabilistic terms and then you have to act. And whenever you find that the probability is tilted in favor of risks or in favor of you losing money, then you better get out, right? But those are the times when people become greedy.
That's true.
So, that is important.
Yeah. The other aspect that comes to my mind is whether, asset allocation is a smarter way rather than, trying to time the markets, because, when all of this was happening, there were different asset classes reacting in different way, right? Do you think that's the right approach and smarter approach?
No, absolutely. See, I think these are related concepts and you are absolutely right.
Yeah.
Which is that asset allocation is important, because if you follow a well laid out asset allocation plan, then that much less pressure on you to decide what is the top of a particular asset class or a particular market. Because if you have a preordained asset allocation plan, then when a certain asset crosses a certain proportion of the plan, you anyway start reducing exposure to that asset and move into another asset, which logically should be relatively less valued or relatively less, in terms of its inflated levels. So from that perspective, I think that if you follow asset allocation, then you will automatically end up being counter-cyclical. You will automatically end up selling the asset class which has gone up a lot and buying into the asset class which has underperformed or not gone up so much. And asset allocation also obviously rests on probabilities, right? Meaning that the asset which has gone up a lot, from that point on, the probability that you will keep making money, that probability goes down. And since the world works on relative value, obviously the one which has not gone up, the probability of that catching up is going to be that much more. Or mean reversion or the cycle turning, all these things tend to play out appropriately when you have done asset allocation.
Absolutely. One more question that crops up, in my mind is that in today's era of social media, do you think that social media also kind of makes market timings kind of worse by amplifying what is there and what is not there? Do you think that is also one of the factors that kind of retail investors get influenced by?
See, there are pros and cons if you really ask me. Because of social media, there are two things. One is that obviously when something is playing out, it gets amplified on the other side. But we should also be graceful to accept that even the guys who are on the counter side of it, the guys who are on the contra side of it, even the opinion which is discordant to the popular belief, even that opinion does get a platform, right? So I think that higher information is not necessarily bad. It's just that we should know which information to consume and which ones to not. It does create a lot of noise, but then at the same time, that lot of noise comes with a lot of information. It's just that sifting through it becomes that much more difficult. But I get your point that, and I agree with you, that whatever is happening gets exaggerated definitely. There's a lot of song and dance than what it should be. It's just that I wanted to keep the positive in mind, which is that even the discordant note will get a platform, provided the point is made and communicated appropriately.
Absolutely. Ashish, thank you so much. I think this will be very helpful to our investors, especially in times like this. So thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us with all those insights.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we spoke about how timing the market is a myth, and there could be some point where you have to kind of time the markets, but it's irrelevant if you're a long-term investor, because compounding will do its part, as we saw in the Monica Halan tweet as well, that the investor invested for 35 years at 52-week high, but still managed to grow 35 lakhs to that 3 crore mark. That is the power of compounding. But shifting focus to our other conversation, as promised, we're today going to talk about gold and silver ETF prices. What should you do if you have it in your portfolio? Whether it makes sense to go ahead and invest right now? All of those questions that you have with regards to your positions in gold and silver. To talk exactly about this, we're now, joined by Mohit Gang, who is joining us now. Mohit, thank you so much, first of all, for taking out the time. Always a pleasure speaking with you. The fact that everybody was expecting that because of war escalating, war crisis going up. Of course, today because of the 2-week ceasefire, we're seeing correction. We're seeing some bounce back. In fact, not correction in gold prices and silver prices, but overall, gold and silver prices were under pressure, right, because of the war. But the common phenomenon says that in such situation, gold and silver prices go up, but that has not been the case this time. Why has that happened, and what should investor watch out for in such times?
Thank you so much, Mahima. Always a pleasure to be speaking with you. Look, I think it's one of the most trickiest, puzzling things ever that you kind of associate gold as a safe haven asset, which means that whenever there's turmoil in the world, whenever there's a geopolitical escalation or something which is very fragile, which is going on in the world, people move towards safer havens or safer assets, and gold is perhaps one of the best places to kind of go and hide in terms of these kind of situations. Having said which, what we have observed during the entire West Asia conflict is that gold prices in fact have corrected. Now, there are multiple reasons which have been attributed to this kind of a correction. I'll kind of list down a few of the main ones. Look, I think primarily gold has an inverse correlation with dollar because gold is quoted in dollar terms. So during the war, we have seen the dollar index getting appreciated. Dollar index from a low of around 95 went to as high as almost 100. So the parity in terms of gold prices, to be able to match that parity, I think gold prices corrected. So technically you could buy the similar amount of gold with more amounts of, or with the dollar being strengthened. So the gold and dollar index have a reverse correlation or an inverse correlation. And whenever you see the dollar index strengthening, that's when you see gold prices correcting a bit. So that was one of the main reasons. The second and the biggest reason, Mahima, was that gold is a non-interest bearing asset. Now, with the war, you also saw oil prices spiking. With the spike in oil prices across the globe, the fear of inflation is pretty much evident across the economies. And with inflation coming in, you have very little chances that interest rates will further go down, right? So with rising interest rates, all the economies will try and curb inflationary impact because of the oil prices hike. Now, when inflation goes up and interest rate goes up, all your interest-bearing assets become more attractive relative to gold. As I mentioned, gold is a non-interest-bearing asset. There is no yield attached to gold. All other assets have a yield, or stocks have a dividend yield, or something will be a coupon-bearing instrument. So US treasuries, for that matter, become a little attractive because A, they are also considered safer haven, plus their yields become a little attractive to enter at these levels, right? So being a non-interest-bearing asset, there was a lot of money outflow which happened from gold into interest-bearing assets, right? So as you see this inflationary tendency going up, the chances of interest rate reduction goes down across the globe, and that is what is impacting the gold prices. Having said which, I think it's a temporary phenomena. The value of gold or the yellow metal as a safe haven asset, once the world settles down to a new normal in terms of what the inflationary impact could be, what the interest rate impact could be, I think gold will again start finding value because the central bank buying remains intact per se, around 80 tons a month. You have a lot of ETF demand from European and Indian and Chinese investors alike. And plus, I think that safe haven proposition of gold continues to remain pretty strong. So I think for all these reasons, we still continue to be pretty bullish on gold.
Okay, fair. That's a wonderful explanation, Mohit. I think our viewers have now an understanding as to why, first of all, gold prices have taken a hit. Today, of course, it's bounced back. Right now we're just looking at next 2 weeks of ceasefire, but we don't know what will happen tomorrow, right? It's times of uncertainty for sure, and that will, kind of translate into volatility in gold prices as well. As an investor who is looking at gold right now, what should she or he do right now, considering the volatility in place? Staggered manner should be the option, SIP format should be the option, or what should be on the cards?
Oh yeah, pretty much. I think, look, war has become a way of living in the modern world, right?
Unfortunately.
So war today, peace tomorrow, peace today, war tomorrow, you don't know.
Yeah.
Small skirmishes are continue to erupt here and there across the globe. So my sense is gold as safe haven, as I said, will continue to find value. One should continue to have gold as part of his or her asset allocation. That's a must do. Now, what component should go into commodities is a complete matter of one's financial goals, risk appetite and liquidity and so on and so forth. But my sense is anywhere from 10 to 20% allocation has to be always maintained, Mahima, in gold and silver alike. Right, gold will always have the higher proportion because of the safe haven nature. Plus, also one has to understand that gold kind of gives you a hedge against rupee depreciation also. So if you see YTD this year, the gold prices, whatever. So YTD this year, I think gold prices would have been up 10% in INR terms, 10 to 12 odd percent. But the bulk of that has come also almost 25 to 30% of that appreciation has come from INR depreciation and not the base metal price impact. So as the base metal price increases, A, you tend to gain because of that, and B, as your rupee depreciates, and that's the consensus view now that rupee will perhaps, and the historic value for, let's say, last 20 years is around 3.5 to 4 odd percent depreciation in the currency, right? So if that trend were also to continue, that is that is kind of giving you a inherent appreciation in the gold prices in INR terms. So my sense is A, to hedge against INR volatility, B, as a safe haven, C, also has a hedge against inflation, and D, hedge against global volatility, right? So gold serves you many purposes. Obviously, it doesn't give you any interest, but as a safe haven asset, I think it's a must have in the portfolio.
Okay, and then Mohit, what is the right way to kind of go ahead and invest in gold? Digital gold, ETF, mutual funds, physical gold, of course. By now, I think our viewers know that that's not the most preferential one, right? What do you think? What is the right way of going ahead and making investment in gold?
Oh, look, I think physical gold has its limitations, though that might be a great way to hold gold because that gives you custody over the asset.
Yeah.
But it's not a very financially prudent way to hold gold, storage wise, inventory cost wise, making charges, so on and so forth, right? So you're left with paper gold or financial gold, so to say, and the only two evident choices are either an ETF or a fund of fund, underlying of which is also an ETF. Digital gold, Mahima, I'm not a big fan of because obviously SEBI has also warned against digital gold. Correct. And has cautioned time in and time out again against digital gold because they typically don't hold the base metal at the back of it. So be cautious, and that's my request to all the investors also. So be very cautious and realistic when you're going for digital gold. Now, the only prudent choice is financial gold, which is ETF and fund of fund format. Now, one can go either of these formats, whatever one is comfortable with. ETF, obviously, you buy on the exchange, and fund of fund format is available via the mutual fund route. If you're comfortable trading on the exchange, then yes, ETF route is a little less costly. Plus, it gives you a taxation advantage. ETFs are taxed as long-term instruments after 1 year, whereas a fund of fund under the mutual fund route is taxed as a long-term asset after 2 years. Right, so one has to be cognizant of that. But if you're pretty comfortable going the SIP route or buying in smaller denominations, not worrying so much about the liquidity and everything, then I think fund of fund is a more realistic route for retail investors because then they don't have to bother about liquidity. On the exchange, one has to continuously track liquidity and be very, very aware of what ETF one is buying, because liquidity can completely misalign the bid-ask spreads. And we have seen that in recent corrections of silver and everything. The prices were going haywire and were nowhere connected to the actual base metal prices on the ground. So one has to be very cautious when he buys on the exchange via the ETF route in terms of the liquidity available and actually what the price on the exchanges vis-a-vis the NAV of the metal actually. So there is always a gap and one has to track that gap is not too high. And if you really don't want to worry about and bother about all these things, then the simpler route, as I mentioned, is a fund of fund routes through the mutual fund mode.
Got it. Mohit, the other aspect is that, with the kind of volatility that's been going on, would you recommend that, for example, if somebody is doing, let's say, a 10,000 SIP in a gold mutual fund or a gold ETF right now, would probably, take out some money from the 10,000 rupees or I don't know how do you put it properly, whether to go ahead and invest that money in a multi-asset fund, considering the diversification aspect of multi-asset funds?
Look, I think if as an investor you don't want to bother about how much to put in equity, how much to put in debt, how much in commodities, then multi-asset is a great fascinating route of buying everything at one go with one single sum or allocation, right? So the multi-asset fund will have at least 3 asset classes, which is equity, fixed income, and commodities. They also have a mix of REIT InvITs. They have mix of international investing in some of the funds. So it's a pretty much a good bouquet of multiple things, multiple asset classes, all woven into one, and with the prudence of a fund manager who's then deciding on the allocation. So typically when you see and you go back and check 2025, most of the multi-asset funds did fantastically well in the market because of 2 reasons. A, they were diversified and equity component was less. Equities took a beating and the multi-asset funds stood well in that kind of market. But B, and more importantly, was because they had gold silver allocations. The minimum regulatory requirement is 10%, but because the rally was so fantastic that most of the fund managers increased their allocations from 10 to almost 20 to 25 in some cases, which led to fantastic returns across the multi-asset category. Right. So yes, at great times, I think fund managers do take active calls and increase the allocation. But under all situations, one has to be aware that this still is not a pure play commodity allocation in a portfolio. The allocation will keep shifting between 10% to 20% on the choices and whims of a fund manager. So if you want a pure play standalone allocation, then having a commodity allocation, whether through a pure play gold silver fund or a mix of gold and silver fund, is a good choice. But if you don't want that hassle, then yes, multi-asset fund to some extent will serve that purpose, but not wholly and fully.
Makes complete sense. Mohit, thank you so much for giving us that entire perspective. I think our viewers are now clear as to what should they do with their gold and silver holdings and investments going forward as well. Thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking with us at NDTV Profit.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right, viewers, so that brings us to the end of this edition of Your Money Matters. I hope there were important takeaways that you had from this show today. But with that, completely out of time on this edition of Your Money Matters. Do stay tuned. More news and updates on the other side.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome.
क्या सर्च इंजन के चक्कर में पड़े हो दोनों? अब कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं। कॉल 9300
Ever been curious how the apparels which you wear are actually made? Straight from weaving to garments to the elastic socks which you wear, how they actually manufactured in a factory. We are here at Odisha facility for Page Industries and we will show you how these apparels are actually manufactured and weaved and tested so that you can wear it with no worries. Let's go in. Page Industries, synonymous with brands Jockey and Speedo, has opened its new facility in Odisha, Cuttack, and we are here right now at the facility, and joining me to talk more on this is V.S. Ganesh, who's the MD and CEO of Page Industries.
Thank you so much and welcome to the Temple City, and really look forward to the...
Thank you. Thank you. Ganesh, I want to start by asking you that, how is the capex of the what is the capex of this factory and how it's been funded?
Okay, so the funding has been mostly from internal accruals. Of course, we have taken some debt because we do get capital and interest subsidy for that sake. But we always keep internal accruals for growth. So our dividend policy is such that we keep good payout for our investors, but we also accrue and keep good revenue for investment for future. As far as the investment for this project in Odisha is concerned, we have spent around 350 crores for this project. And we also have a phase 2 coming up in Chadabdar in Odisha. So that is the second project. This project is around 350 crores.
What is the capacity utilization of all your plants, including this one? And after this is added in the whole system, what will be the overall capacity utilization of the plants?
Okay. So this is our 16th facility. So we have 15 other manufacturing units, mostly across Karnataka. This is one of our biggest facilities outside Karnataka. So we have ventured out of the state and chosen Odisha as the destination. We are very happy with our decision. As far as capacity utilization is concerned, we have a capacity to produce more than 2.3 crores of pieces a month. And today, currently, we produce around 1.4, 1.5. because there is also a factor of efficiency, which is to do with the style mix, the learning curves and all that. So our productivity is as per our expectation, and that's why operating cost is well under control. As far as this particular plant is concerned, currently we have around 1,200 associates working with us. At its full maturity, we'll be recruiting around 100 people a month. We'll have around 5,000 direct employees. And there will be around 3,000 indirect people who will be benefited with this. We are also creating a supply chain network. So we have some of our key supply partners who are making investments in the state of Odisha to create a virtual supply chain that will bring speed and agility. They'll be employing around 3,000 to 4,000. And new project will employ around 2,000 people. So put together, we'll be touching 15,000 families.
So you've expanded in Middle East now recently.
Yeah.
So with this whole West Asia, how much of an impact are you seeing, and what is there any impact on your exports? And what percentage do you have that?
No major impact to exports, because we just got the license for Saudi and the whole of GCC. We had Dubai, Oman, Qatar, belt, but the other countries just came in. So export is hardly less than 1% of our revenue. So it has no major impact.
President Trump made history. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. As the President truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You see, in less than 40 days, one of our combatant commands, Central Command, CENTCOM, using less than 10% of America's total combat power, dismantled one of the world's largest militaries. The world's leading state sponsor of terrorism proved utterly incapable of defending itself, its people, or its territory. We untied just a fraction of our strength, and Iran suffered a devastating military defeat. Together with our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective, on plan, on schedule, exactly as laid out from day one. Iran's Navy is at the bottom of the sea, whether it's the Soleimani class, their frigate class, their prized drone aircraft carriers, submarines, mine layers, sunk. Iran's Air Force has been wiped out. Iran no longer has an air defense, any sort of a comprehensive air defense system. We own their skies. Their missile program is functionally destroyed. Launchers, production facilities, and existing stockpiles depleted and decimated. And almost completely ineffective. Iran shot hundreds and hundreds of missiles and one-way attack drones at our aircraft carrier. They were obsessed with it, and they never got even close. Every single one of those shots easily shot down miles and miles away from the Abe Lincoln. They were blowing ammo into Fantasyland. Contrast that with, most significantly, in last night's wave of more than 800 strikes, we finished completely destroying Iran's defense industrial base, a core pillar of our mission objective. What little they have left buried in bunkers is all they will have. They can still shoot, we know that. Their command and control is so decimated they can't really talk and coordinate, so they still may shoot here and there, but that would be very, very unwise. But they can no longer build missiles, build rockets, build launchers, or build UAVs. Their factories have been razed to the ground, set back in historic fashion. You see, had Iran refused our terms, the next targets would have been their power plants, their bridges, and oil and energy infrastructure. Targets they could not defend and could not realistically rebuild. It would have taken them decades, and we were locked and loaded. They couldn't defend against it. President Trump had the power to cripple Iran's entire economy in minutes, but he chose mercy. He spared those targets because Iran accepted the ceasefire under overwhelming pressure. The new Iranian regime understood that a deal was far better than the fate that awaited them. This new regime just happened to look at what happened to their predecessors. Their top leadership was systematically eliminated. The previous Iranian supreme leader, dead. The Supreme National Security Council Secretary, dead. The Supreme Leader Office Advisor, dead. The Supreme Leader Military Office Chief, dead. The Defense Minister, no longer with us. The IRGC Commander, dead. The Armed Forces General Staff Commander, dead. The Intelligence Minister, dead. The IRGC Navy Commander, no longer here. The IRGC Intel Chief, dead. I skipped over a bunch, and I could go on and on and on, to include the new so-called new Supreme Leader wounded and disfigured. This new regime was out of options and out of time, so they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period. Full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it. Operation Epic Fury. Less than 6 weeks, clear mission, decisive action, overwhelming firepower, America first, a historic battlefield victory. For decades, Iran killed Americans with roadside bombs in Iraq, using cowardly proxies to do their dirty work while they hid safely in Tehran. They struck our embassies with car bombs and attacked from the shadows, never daring to face us toe-to-toe. They thought they could bleed America with impunity. Well, they just learned the hard way what happens when you try to fight us directly. And even when they got lucky, one time in 40 days, and downed 2 of our pilots, they couldn't hold them. In a daring 14-hour rescue operation, 7 hours in daylight and 7 hours of night, both pilots were recovered safely. Not once, but twice. A daylight thunder run right up the middle of their country. Boots on the ground. A midnight raid right up the middle of their country. Boots on the ground. 0 American casualties. The Iranians humiliated and demoralized. We control their fate, not the other way around. That's why they came to the table. Iran's defeat is America's retribution for every American lost to Iranian terror, especially those brave troops killed by Iranian-made roadside bombs in Iraq that my generation knows so well, and for the suffering their regime has inflicted around the world. Now we have a chance at real peace and a real deal. The War Department, for now, has done its part. We stand ready in the background to ensure Iran upholds every reasonable term. And as everyone knows, nobody makes a better deal than President Trump. To the warriors of Epic Fury, I say well done. You're the backbone of our country. Your skill, your bravery, and sheer guts and grit showed the world what America is all about. I'm proud of you. We're proud of you. President is proud of you. Job well done. But stay vigilant and stay ready. To the families of our fallen, your sacrifice was in service of a historic cause, and we will always remember your heroes, our heroes. We will continue to honor them. And to our Israeli allies, thank you for being a brave, capable, and willing ally on this battlefield. The rest of the world and the rest of our so-called allies saw what real capabilities look like. They should take some notes. Our troops, our American warriors, deserve the credit for this day. But God deserves all the glory. Tens of thousands of sorties, refuelings, and strikes carried out under the protection of divine providence. A massive effort with miraculous protection. Dude 44 Bravo spoke for all of us. God is good. The chairman will now provide an even deeper military detail on the historic success of Operation Epic Fury. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here. I want to start this morning by honoring the 13 members of our American Joint Force who were killed in action thus far during this operation. Their sacrifice and that of their families is deeply important to us, and we are grateful for each of them and will continue to mourn their loss. Their names and their bravery will never be forgotten. On February 28th, the President of the United States ordered the Joint Force to execute Operation Epic Fury with the direction to accomplish three distinct military objectives: destroy Iran's ballistic missile and drone capabilities, destroy the Iranian Navy, and destroy their defense industrial base to ensure that Iran cannot reconstitute the ability to project power outside their borders. Over the course of 38 days of major combat operation, the Joint Force achieved the military objectives as defined by the President. We welcome the ongoing ceasefire, and as the Secretary said, we hope that Iran chooses a lasting peace. But as Secretary Hegseth said, let us be clear, a ceasefire is a pause, and the Joint Force remains ready, if ordered or called upon, to resume combat operations with the same speed and precision as we've demonstrated over the last 38 days, and we hope that that is not the case. I want to congratulate and thank the leadership today at U.S. Central Command, including the Commander Admiral Brad Cooper, the Deputy Commander Lieutenant General Kevin Leahy, the Senior Enlisted Leader Fleet Master Chief Compton, and every one of the component commanders, senior enlisted leaders, and especially the staff down at U.S. Central Command, who does not get called out for any of the credit, but grinds 24/7 to help offer the options that we bring to the Secretary and the President. I also want to highlight the forces in the United States European Command under the command of Alexis Grinkowicz, who protected the western flank in support of CENTCOM. And I want to thank our partners across the intelligence community. Our ability to see and understand what an adversary is doing help us to be as decisive as we must be on the battlefield. And that includes DIA, NSA, NGA, the CIA, and the National Reconnaissance Office, and others. I want to thank the other combatant commands who have thus far contributed along the way to U.S. Central Command. This includes Transcom, Stratcom, Spacecom, SOCOM, and Cybercom, all of whom poured all in support of CENTCOM's efforts. And I want to thank, as the Secretary did, our Gulf partners who fought alongside each and every one of us every day. From the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan, all who joined us together to defend and protect our people and our assets, and who, if required, stand ready to do so again. And I want to thank my team at the Joint Staff, who work literally around the clock in order to help me offer the options that I must with the associated risks to the Secretary and to the President. They are the hardest working people that I know, and I am deeply grateful for their service. Most importantly today, I want to thank America's members of the Joint Force who've poured everything that they can into Operation Epic Fury, and their families who've worked 24 hours a day for 38 days. The Secretary and I could not be more proud of each and every one of you. And we deeply appreciate the support of the American people, who we know always have us in our thoughts and prayers, and we can feel this literally every single day. As the Secretary said, the United States has devastated the regime's ability to harm Americans and our interests for years to come. Since the beginning of major combat operations, the United States Joint Force has struck more than 13,000 targets, including in that 13,000 more than 4,000 dynamic targets that popped up on the battlefield and were immediately addressed, thanks to the exceptional command and control system and intelligence, acumen, and agility of our joint force. CENTCOM forces destroyed approximately 80% of Iran's air defense systems, striking more than 1,500 air defense targets, more than 450 ballistic missile storage facilities, 800 one-way attack drones storage facilities. All of these systems are gone. We've devastated Iran's command and control and logistical networks, destroying more than 2,000 command and control nodes and degrading their ability to target U.S. and friendly forces. It is, and we know this, incredibly frustrating right now to be a lower level Iranian commander trying to fight your fight. As the Secretary said, the Iranian Navy now lies mostly at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf, and we assess that we've sunk more than 90% of their regular fleet, including all of the major surface combatants, as the Secretary said. 150 ships are at the bottom of the ocean, and half of the IRGC Navy's small attack boats. Joint fires projected from the land, sea, and air executed more than 700 strikes against naval mine targets, and we had assessed that we destroyed more than 95% of their naval mines. And perhaps most importantly, we've destroyed Iran's defense industrial base, their ability to reconstitute those capabilities for years to come. We attacked, along with our partners, approximately 90% of their weapons factories. Every factory that produced Shahed one-way attack drones was struck. Every factory that produces the guidance systems that go into those drones was struck. Their missile defense industrial base is shattered, with more than 80% of their missile facilities gone, as well as their solid rocket motor production capability. It will take years for Iran to rebuild any major surface combatants, as more than 20 naval production and fabrication facilities have been damaged or destroyed, and nearly 80% of Iran's nuclear industrial base was hit, further degrading their attempts to attain a nuclear weapon. Throughout Operation Epic Fury, our joint force struck at the heart of Iran's ability to project power and threaten the United States and the region. And in order to do this, it required the service and sacrifice of more than 50,000 American warfighters deployed across CENTCOM, EUCOM, and stateside. The joint force flew more than 10,000 missions, including 62 bomber missions, 18 of which flew round trip from the United States to deliver bombs on military targets. Each of these missions was more than 30 hours in duration, and we did that 18 times. No other military in the world can do that. And it's a testament to the logistical force that quietly serves behind them. I cannot thank TRANSCOM and the Air Force Tanker and Mobility Force more. Combined with Army and Navy joint fires, we struck more than 13,000 targets. And along with our Gulf partners, we've thus far intercepted 1,700 ballistic missiles and one-way attack drones, defending our forces and our partners in the civilian population. And we remain ready to do so should the need arise. Along the way, we consume more than 6 million meals, and by my estimate, more than 950,000 gallons of coffee, 2 million energy drinks, and a lot of nicotine, but I am not saying that we have a problem. I've laid out the statistics, but it does not truly capture the nature of combat. This is gritty and unforgiving business. It's chaotic, it's hot, it's dark, it's unpredictable, and there's always unknowns. And our people proudly walked into those unknowns and continue forward. And through it all, the joint force has demonstrated the unwavering resolve that the nation demands of us. We are a mission-focused force, and our objectives always is to create the conditions for peace, and today we have, while be ready should that peace break, which we hope it is not, and we remain ready. Before I turn it back to the Secretary, I also want to quickly revisit the rescue of the Air Force fighter crew over the weekend. To give you an update, we've had, the Secretary and I have had the profound honor of speaking directly with many of the warfighters on that mission, from the downed crew that were picked up to those forces that went and got them. Hearing these stories firsthand has only deepened our appreciation for their tenacity, creativity, courage, and grit of the American Joint Force. This is a story that gets to the very heart and soul of who we are as a joint force, who we are as Americans. Selfless sacrifice in service of others. From the backseater, Dude 44 Bravo, whose pure and unadulterated joy at seeing those helicopters come into the valley to get his front seater in daylight because he knew the front seater did not have a jacket, and was so filled with heart-leaping joy at his front seater getting picked up, to the nighttime folks that went in and then got him, to the tanker forces that did the things that they had to do to give their own gas away, to the support packages, to those that went into the desert landing site not once, not twice, but 3 times as we fought through multiple contingencies. This was and is a joint force that has the guts to try, that does not quit, and who each and every day does the things that we must to dare to win. No lives were lost. We succeeded because the joint force is always at the ready. They trust each other, they trust their leaders, and they trust their training. And they remember first, foremost, and always that we do these things so that others may live, and we will never leave anyone behind. The success of Operation Fury thus far, and we hope it remains, culminates with this incredible rescue over the weekend, a direct example of the professionalism and courage of the United States military and our joint force. It's the service members on the front lines, our partners in the region, our teammates in the intelligence community, our civilian leaders in the OSW side of the house, the American workers who build the tools and weapons that we use, and the American people who back us up that help us to go do these things. I stand here humbled today, but frankly not surprised by what the Joint Force has been able to do. Their performance is fueled by a deep commitment to each other, their mission, and to our country.
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs, and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Aisha Sehgal. What's that today? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
क्या सर्च इंजन के चक्कर में पड़े हो दोनों? अब कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं। कॉल 9300 300 300।
Good evening. Welcome to the big question on NDTV Profit. I'm Vikram Oza. Just when West Asia appeared to be hurtling towards a wider, a more dangerous war, now the United States and Iran have stepped back from the brink, announcing this fragile 2-week ceasefire after days of escalating military threats and mounting global alarm. Now both sides are claiming victory, and we've just heard Pete Hegseth, the War Secretary of the United States, talking about how the Americans have been able to do it. On his part, the US President Donald Trump says that Washington will suspend attacks on Iran, and he's calling this a double-sided ceasefire to allow time to finalize what he claims is a near-complete framework for long-term peace. Iran, for its part, has agreed to halt its military operations if attacks stop, and to allow coordinated, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz for the next 2 weeks. But this is not a peace deal. It is a pause. It has been triggered just hours before a US escalation deadline. And it is built on conditions, it is built on reciprocity as well, and very thin trust. So at the center of this truce is the Strait of Hormuz. This has been that point of contention, and it continues to be so, the world's most critical energy choke point. Iran retains control and leverage over here, while the US has secured assurances that global oil flows will not be disrupted, at least for now. Now, markets have responded with relief. Oil prices have eased, equities have rallied today. There are fears of an immediate energy shock, which have cooled. Yet the strategic gap remains quite wide between the two sides. And adding a new layer to the pressure, just earlier, President Trump has announced a 50% tariff on countries that supply arms to Iran. And he's even floated the idea of a joint US-Iran mechanism to manage tolls in the Strait of Hormuz, a joint mechanism where Iran and the US both would charge tolls together. So it highlights how economic leverage and strategic experimentation are getting woven directly into this very fragile truce. So Tehran on its part is pushing this sweeping 10-point proposal, and this includes sanctions relief. It involves the recognition of uranium enrichment. Now that is central to them. The enrichment rights, also their frozen assets, and an end to international resolutions against Iran. Washington signaling negotiations, but there isn't enough clarity on how far America is willing to go on their nuclear constraints part or the kind of regional influence bit as well. What about Israel? Israel has backed the ceasefire conditionally, even as the hostilities continue in Lebanon. It underscores just how limited and how compartmentalized this pause really is, the ceasefire. And Pakistan has now emerged as a key intermediary, inviting both sides for talks later this week. So whether that diplomacy can bridge fundamentally opposing end goals, now that remains an open question. Which is why now, because we are looking at a 2-week ceasefire and that clock has started ticking, how close are we to securing any kind of peace deal that extends beyond these 2 weeks? That's an important question to ask. What are the chances that the US and Iran together, as they negotiate, will be able to arrive at that point as far apart as they are at the moment to ensure lasting peace in the region? We don't know about that, but it's a valid question. It's a big question that we're taking across to our panel. Let me introduce you to them. Tonight on the show, we're joined from Delhi. Let's go across to former Ambassador Suresh Goyal. He's a seasoned voice on geopolitics. He joins us along with Admiral Shekhar Sinha, who also is from Delhi, former Commander-in-Chief of the Western Naval Command, former Chief of Integrated Defense Staff, and he's going to help us unpack the security and strategic dimensions, particularly maritime risks and the Strait of Hormuz. From Dubai, Dr. Iman Naseri is with us. He's Managing Director at Middle East Research. He's an oil market expert. He joins us on how this ceasefire is reshaping energy flows, oil prices, market expectations. And from New York, very early, Peter Cardillo is joining us, Chief Market Economist at Spartan Capital Securities. He brings us insights into how global markets are reading the ceasefire and what could change if that ceasefire unravels. So thank you all, gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Ambassador Suresh Goyal, both sides claiming victory at the time of a ceasefire. The US, on its part, seems very focused on de-escalation right now and Hormuz security. Iran is insisting on sanctions relief and the recognition of their uranium enrichment rights. So here we are, even as we're talking about the possibility of negotiations on the two sides in Pakistan about a ceasefire that is just 2 weeks long. But do you see Washington and Tehran even negotiating the same outcome, or are their end goals fundamentally incompatible?
Good evening, Vikram, and thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here. And my old colleague, my old dear friend, Admiral Vice Admiral Shekhar Sinha. Good to see you, Admiral. All right. What has changed? I think nothing. Nothing has changed because the Iranian proposals are no different from the position that they had given even a week ago. They have been repeating it all the time as to what the position would be in case there has to be an end of war. And they have always said that they have been hurt in the war, they have been damaged, and they were the war damages. Another very important condition that they have put, which you probably forgot to mention, is that they want war to stop not only against Iran, but all their proxies. Hezbollah, Houthi, everyone. Will Israel do that? Israel has not been mentioned as a factor in this ceasefire.
Yes.
Israel has agreed to stop action against or aggression against or attack against Iran.
Yes.
But not against the other parties supporting Iran. So I think essentially...
You're saying nothing has changed, Ambassador.
As far as Iran is concerned.
Yes.
What has changed is that Iran has agreed to open the Straits of Hormuz for these 2 weeks as USA wanted.
Correct.
After the USA should also have something on their hand to be able to say that, yes, we are entering the ceasefire discussions, negotiations with something in their hand. So that has changed. And that too at the persuasion by China. We should remember that.
Right.
All this can change in case things do not turn out to be what they expect.
Let me take that across to Admiral Sinha for a moment, and perhaps you can clear your throat and have some water, Ambassador. But Admiral Sinha, from a military standpoint, you think a short conditional ceasefire like this actually can reduce the risk of war? Or do you think it increases the odds of miscalculation that once the forces remain fully mobilized?
Well, thank you, Vikram, for getting me on your program. I'm really very happy to see Ambassador Suresh, my very old-time dear friend. Vikram, this is only a pause. This is not a full stop, it's a comma.
Exactly.
What will happen during this time? Militarily, both sides will, lick their wounds. They will actually make an assessment what is lost and what is gained. Initially, there will always be claims and counterclaims of achievement because both the parties have to show to their people back home, that this is what they have achieved. So at the moment, we should not get too excited, about the achievements which both are claiming. Yes, as long as this ceasefire holds for these 2 weeks, as long as Israel, also agrees or Israel also maintains a ceasefire, then I would say that for 2 weeks, you have achieved something.
So both of you right up front are saying that a lot of this depends on Israel and how much further it will go in its conflict with Iran. Dr. Iman Naseri, has that been factored in by the markets? The immediate market response is suggesting relief. Oil has slipped below $100. Supply concerns are easing. So in your understanding, is this market calm? Is it justified? Or you think traders are underpricing the geopolitical risks that still stand at this time?
No, I think the market has taken this as a positive signal that we may be on the way to de-escalate. Certainly, this is, as everyone have mentioned on the panel so far, this is not a deal, this is a pause. But that pause may suggest that both sides are willing to take a de-escalation path. And that's why we're seeing $20 or less off the price, which is basically off the risk premium that was added to the price. Remember, we're at about $90, $92 per barrel. The price of oil would have been much less if there wasn't a risk premium, a war risk on the prices, and prices should have been probably in $70 to $80. So we are still seeing some risk in the prices, but the market has taken this as a positive signal that things could continue the escalation path, but it's far from a certainty, and basically we're not in a normal market condition nor a balanced market. The market remains tight as there are so many uncertainties about how much more supply will hit the market, and I'm happy to elaborate on that if you want it. But basically, there is a lot of oil at sea floating in the Strait of Hormuz, waiting to pass. But this is basically just going to act as a flush, as a stock release to the market, but not supply is not resuming anytime soon until certainty in terms of the continuity of the flow continue.
So going ahead at this time, Peter Cardlow, how do you understand the markets are going to tackle this 2-week period that we are currently in? Because the clock has started ticking. At this time, how do you see the equity markets from Wall Street to the Large Street? They've rallied sharply, but are they reading this as genuine de-escalation, you think? Or is this a classic case of a false calm?
Well, I think the whole focus here is on the fact that this ceasefire, at least for now, has decelerated the price of oil. As we speak, crude oil is trading down almost 17%. That relates to about a little over $19 a barrel just from last night. And that's a major, major relief for the markets, because with oil prices above $100, the risk of inflation from a global standpoint, and obviously a domestic one as well, had increased tremendously. And that would have meant that the central banks around the world would not be talking about easing rates, but probably tightening them.
Yes.
And so that would have also meant much weaker economic growth on a global stand, and of course domestically as well. So it's a big relief to the market. Now, of course, we don't know what's going to happen next week. Will the ceasefire hold? My guess is that it will, but who knows? You know,
Yeah.
it's what we're seeing right now is euphoria in the markets, and for the right reasons.
Or perhaps relief. Perhaps this is relief that we are talking about, and that's the essential reaction that we are getting. But Ambassador Goel, a key issue here is trust. There is no formal enforcement mechanism. There is deep hostility on both sides. So one wonders if a 2-week window realistically can build confidence, or you think it sets the stage for blame when talks collapse. Is there a distinct possibility of that, considering the way in which we've arrived at this negotiation stage? Because one side is claiming that the other wants a ceasefire desperately.
A political rhetoric.
Ambassador Goel, that question to you.
Yes. If Iran has agreed to ceasefire despite all the costs and everything and all the uncertainties, there must be a reason. China persuaded it, but they agreed. Clearly, Iran also wants a ceasefire because Iran is feeling that Iran must have come to a conclusion that a longish war will not be in its interest. Similarly is the case for the USA. Midterm elections, economy, oil prices, and there are so many other factors.
True.
Therefore, both Iran and the USA are interested in the ceasefire and making sure that the war does not, or at least wanting not to go to the war again. And therefore, I think they will be interested, despite all the pressures, despite all the distrust and everything. I think they would be interested in making a success of it. Also evident in the fact that the USA is not putting all those conditions on Iran again.
Correct. So they are accepting what Iran is saying by way of what it wants as a starting point. That's what President Trump has indicated, that their list of demands is a good starting point for negotiations. But Admiral, are you convinced that, if you're looking at a ceasefire, there is a distinct possibility on both sides that they do not want to go to war, or is it recalibration on both sides? Who actually holds the upper hand right now? Is it the US, their overwhelming military reach, or is it Iran? Their asymmetric capabilities, their control over regional choke points as well. Does one side have a stronger upper hand?
Well, Vikram, in the armed forces, when a pause like this happens, we say that hope for the best and be prepared for the worst. The reason is, why I'm saying this, because there are no winners, except that the people all over the world are happy that the oil prices have gone down, and everybody is hoping and praying that it should hold. I would say that the losses in total terms, in the total capacity, obviously Iran is as you said, asymmetric power. It is not as strong as the United States, but you only said that because of asymmetric power, they also hold the upper hand. But if they lose all the cards of their, the asymmetric warfare, then it could be hard. Now, it is true, by and large, looking at the numbers that gone, I would say that about 90% of the Iranian Navy, at least, has been sort of compromised. They have been destroyed. We don't know how many boats of the IRGC have gone, because they are the ones who create more trouble.
Yes.
They are the ones who fire. So I would say that, both parties are willing to talk till such time there is a third party which is a guarantor of all this or a witness to all this. These claims and counterclaims, Vikram, they will continue to emerge till such time the final agreement comes into being. Vikram.
Meanwhile, that point of contention is the Strait of Hormuz. Dr. Nasiri, Iran has agreed to allow safe passage to the strait for 2 weeks, but they are retaining control. So one wonders if Tehran has successfully converted geography into a strategic leverage, or now when we are hearing Donald Trump say that perhaps any kind of toll would be a joint exercise by Iran and the US. How possible is that by way of negotiations? And will that kind of, keep the markets at peace as well?
I don't think we are at a free passage through the Strait of Hormuz at this point in time. The key words in the Foreign Minister Araghchi's message after the ceasefire when it was announced was basically the coordination of the vessels with the IRGC and with Iran. that has been, Vikram, the case over the past 40 days. Iran has never said that the strait is closed. There have been vessels, mostly Iranian-owned, or the cargoes, but also there were some non-Iranian. And basically, that coordination is the key, meaning that they can still say that no, this cargo, this vessel owner, this flag, this buyer are not approved, and we do not give consent or indemnity to the vessel going through. Also, remember, after the war broke, basically there were missiles being sent to some of the neighboring countries in the Gulf, and President Pezeshkian came and said these are not officially basically our position, and there are some that are basically acting on their own. So there could still be threat to certain vessels if they are not given a blessing. And last but not least is basically that everyone says the Strait of Hormuz is open, but eventually it's a call by ship owners that decide whether it is safe to go, and they have to have either a very strong insurance policy, which is still questionable and lacking in many cases.
Those costs are very high. The insurance costs have shot up.
Those that do exist, those insurance policies that are offered are really expensive, but in some cases, ship owners claim that they are not able to get those. And even having that, they need to have the blessing of his ILGC. And again,
yes, exactly.
I'm not sure if every vessel
So
will,
how does that work? Admiral Sinha, how does that work? Can the Strait of Hormuz remain open without any kind of broader political settlement? Or does maritime security here inherently require lasting political guarantees? Because how are we going to ensure this?
You know, if it has been mined, then it is a little bit of difficult task, because only the IRGC knows as to which areas inside the straits have been mined, and only they can confirm that okay, now the mining part is over, they have all been removed. And if the mine has been actually laid, then removal of it takes a long time. But my own sort of little bit of professional guess is that the entire sort of strait may not have been mined.
Right.
That is how the safe passage of some of the ships is being done, and they're telling you which is the path to be taken in that restricted space of 21-22 kilometers.
Sure.
So, having seen that area for a number of times, I think that it may not have been mined fully, Vikram.
Fair
Otherwise,
enough.
none of the ships would have gone out.
Right, fair enough. But Peter Carlo, even as we discuss the possibility of what could come up in the negotiations, Donald Trump is already announcing a 50% tariff on countries that supply arms to Iran. So one wonders if this strengthens American bargaining power, or do you think the risk is widening of this conflict, especially when it comes to economics?
No, I just think it's a bargaining power. I don't think it's that meaningful. He's just warning nations and telling them, look, if you supply, you're going to pay 50% tariffs. But the question is, who does supply them with weapons? Obviously, China for one, Russia for another. So, does he really mean it? I doubt it.
Mm-hmm. But beyond oil prices right now, and Dr. Nasseri, you tell us, because if this ceasefire breaks down, how severe could the ripple effects be? Whether we're talking about the shipping lanes, you were talking about insurance, the insurance premiums having shot up, the freight costs, the global supply chains, all of this is, of course, incumbent on these talks going through and the ceasefire getting extended into a possible peace plan. But is that something that is already getting priced into oil prices right now, you see?
Yeah, we have about 130 to 150 million barrels of oil floating inside the Strait of Hormuz at this point in time. And with the normal passage of around 100 million barrels every week through the strait in normal pre-war condition, where basically we can, at its peak, supply about a week and a half of the supply loss that we have had over 4 weeks, near 5 weeks now. So the market is still short. And if the ceasefire breaks, basically we should expect the prices to go back to where they were and increasingly higher towards $130 to $150, depending on how many more weeks. But in our previous forecast, before adjusting for this ceasefire and a potential success, we expected the prices to approach $140 to $250 by May and June as we go through this lack of Middle East supply in the market.
Right. The lack of Middle East supply in the market could bring oil prices down significantly if these negotiations lead to a peace plan. But Ambassador Goel, we are seeing Pakistan emerge as that surprise diplomatic bridge between the two sides. And they are hosting the prospective talks later this week. How significant is it?
Look, I don't want to say this on the media, but Pakistan is basically acting like a pawn here. Pakistan does not really have a real capacity to do the mediation in the simple sense that a mediator should be in a position when the two sides are close enough and they're inching closer. And in case you need to give it a push and say that, all right, guys, this is it. You have come very close. Conclude it. Do it now.
Right.
Pakistan doesn't have capacity. Pakistan is acting on behalf as part of the USA encouragement. Israel does not even recognize Pakistan, Iran don't even have diplomatic relations. And Israel is an important factor. Iran and Pakistan don't like each other. The relationship are constrained. Shia factor is important. Therefore, they can do only so much. They are there till China keeps on supporting them and till Trump wants Shahbaz Sharif and Asim Munir.
Right.
That's it, really. So we don't need to bother about that, really.
So now going ahead, if we were to put this in a clear assessment, Admiral, are we more likely at the end of these 2 weeks to see the beginnings of a diplomatic settlement? Or is there a likelihood that this is a prelude to a renewed, possibly wider conflict? What are the chances of that here?
Well, I'm a very optimist. When there has been so much of fight, with each other, and one country is really lost out in terms of the total capacity, certainly the fighting capacity of Iran has reduced very significantly. And obviously, US is many times bigger armed forces. And for them, these losses possibly, they can take. But they will still have to answer to their own, what is called this committees, Senate committees, and they will have to answer to people.
Yes.
So I'm quite hopeful that this will lead. Ultimately, there may not be all 10 points which the Iranians have made. Maybe some points they will have to, some walking ahead and some walking back will have to be done. It has never happened that one side gets a full sort of acceptance by the other side when it is very clear the other side has given a pause. If really wanted to destroy Iran, you would have destroyed it by now.
Right.
But it is not good for the world.
Okay.
That is why.
Peter, because I'm running out of time, I just want to quickly ask Peter as well, for governments, for businesses, investors who are watching tonight, should they treat this ceasefire as a moment to recalibrate for stability, or do you think they should brace for volatility returning just as quickly? How do you see it? And very quickly, if I may.
I would say that, it's a relief for the markets. It's a relief for the governments. It's a relief for all the economies. But certainly, we have to see what transpires over the next 2 weeks. All of this could evaporate in 24 hours if the ceasefire would break down.
Yes. Well, what's clear tonight is that the ceasefire has pulled the region back from the edge, from the brink, but it has not resolved the forces that pushed it there in the first place. The next 2 weeks are going to decide whether diplomacy finally gains traction or whether this pause merely resets the countdown to the next confrontation. I want to thank my panel for their sharp insights. Ambassador Goel, Admiral Sinha, Dr. Iman Nasseri, Peter Cardlow, thank you for helping us cut through a complex and fast-moving story. And to our viewers, even as we discuss geopolitics and the fast-changing ways as they are, you've got to read between the lines. A lot of statements coming out, but at this time, you'll have to look at the pauses as well, the silences as well, because in geopolitics, as we understand, the biggest moves come after the silences. And we're here to guide you through them. I'm Vikram Oza from me and the team on The Big Question. Thanks for joining us. Good evening.
I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
क्या सर्च इंजन के चक्कर में पड़े हो दोनों? अब कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं। कॉल 9300
Good evening, you're watching Market Express with me, Shreyanshi Singh. Let's get straight into the show. But before we do that, remember that this is the show that gets you a roundup of the entire trading day, but also the latest news and updates from within the country and across the globe. But let's quickly take a look at what the markets were up to all through today. After weeks of escalating tensions, a conditional 2-week ceasefire has been agreed between the US and Iran, and that was something that you were looking at, which includes a temporary reopening of the Strait of Hormuz for safe passage of oil and gas shipments. US President Donald Trump announced the deal, stating that he has asked US forces to step back subject to Iran, allowing the complete, immediate and safe opening of the strait. Iranian Foreign Minister, in fact, also confirmed that safe passage will be possible for 2 weeks if attacks on Iran cease. Now, the ceasefire is part of a broader negotiation process with further talks expected in Islamabad. So that's something that you're looking at right now. That's the key trigger when you talk about markets. But let's quickly take a look at the market picture as well. A wonderful Wednesday is what you were looking at for much of today, as the street really cheered Iran-US ceasefire. Both Nifty and Sensex surged almost 4% in trade, HDFC and ICICI Bank. Now, those are the two heavyweights that were lending support. Tech Mahindra on the flip side among the counters that bled the most. Broader markets mirror benchmarks with an uptick of about 4% as well. And a broad-based rally on Dalal Street, like I mentioned, as every sector closed in the green. So sea of green is what you were looking at. Autos and realty lead the gains, while PSU banks and consumption stocks add strength, reflecting improved risk appetite across the market. Moving on, then, the Reserve Bank of India's Monetary Policy Committee has decided to keep the repo rate unchanged at 5.25% for the 6th consecutive time. The MPC maintained its neutral stance on policy, citing global uncertainties and elevated inflation risks. Now, you do have RBI governors who's also said that the decision provides policy continuity while the economy navigates volatile global financial conditions. Experts, in fact, are expecting more rate pauses in the coming months as the central bank monitors the impact of the ongoing conflict on oil prices as well as inflation. And the RBI has also retained its GDP growth projection for FY26 at 6.5%, while slightly revising its inflation forecast upward.
Let's also move on and talk to you about some of the counters that were also in focus. So something like an SML Mahindra that was showing operational momentum despite export challenges. The company reported a 12% year-on-year rise in commercial vehicle sales. And when you talk about the CV production as well, an uptick of about 3.6% there itself. Export volumes, on the flip side, were impacted even as domestic demand and operational execution remain resilient. Moving on then, let's talk to you about something like a Max Healthcare that has announced plans to acquire a 58% stake in the 250-bed Kalinga hospital, strengthening its regional presence. Now, when you talk about the board that's also approved a senior secured term loan of up to 300 crore rupees to fund the transaction, underlining the company's expansion strategy through strategic acquisitions and capacity building. Moving on then, let's talk about something like a Renaissance Global that has strengthened its balance sheet in the March quarter, cutting gross debt also by approximately 123 crore rupees in Q4, a decline of about 20% on a quarter-on-quarter basis, and on a constant currency basis, you're looking at a debt reduction that was even sharper at 24%, reflecting disciplined financial management and improved cash flows. Moving on then, let's talk about something like PN Gadgil that was in focus on the back of raising its financial year 27 revenue target, signaling stronger confidence when it comes to growth visibility. The stock was buzzing away in trade with that 2.8% uptick also coming in. And the company now expects revenues to the tune of about 13,500 crore rupees, which is significantly higher than their previous guidance. The upward revision reflects improving demand trends, expansion momentum, and a positive outlook as well when it comes to consumer spending, reinforcing the management's longer-term growth strategy. Let's also talk to you about something like a Titan that was sparkling in trade today. A strong show in the March quarter is what was powering this particular move, with that 6% uptick also coming in, led by sharp gains in its consumer business. Now, when you talk about jewelry, that also shined again, and that was on the back of solid demand, with both studs and plain gold seeing healthy traction and buyer growth returning after a muted spell. You do have watches that in fact grew at a slower pace as smart wearables dragged, but eyewear also stayed steady. So that's broadly the sectoral picture that you're looking at when you talked about the updates also trickling in from Titan. Emerging businesses deliver a mixed picture, with fragrances and bags also doing well, even as sarees lag. Moving on then, let's also talk about HSBC that has initiated coverage on ICICI Prudential AMC with a buy call, saying that the fund house is well placed to outpace its peers. The brokerage in fact expects ICICI Prudential AMC to deliver stronger growth on key metrics over the medium term, even as the industry faces yield pressure. HSBC in fact has added that earnings growth is likely to broadly track asset growth, supporting its positive view on the stock. Moving on then, let's talk to you about something like an L&T that makes a strong comeback, reclaiming the 4,000 mark after weeks of pressure. The counter had slid sharply, and that was during the Middle East conflict, but ceasefire cues seem to have lifted the sentiment just a tad bit. Even after the recovery, the region remains central to L&T's growth strategy, with a large share of orders coming in from Middle East as well. The company continues to bet big on future-facing areas like AI, infrastructure, and data centers. Moving on then, let's talk about something like an Ashok Leyland that emerged as the top F&O gainer, bouncing back sharply after a steep correction. The stock, in fact, saw strong buying coming in after slipping significantly from its February peak. Even as the long-term trend stays firm, on the business front, momentum improves in the second half with record sales and clear signs of a demand revival. A strong year for commercial vehicle makers add to the positive sentiment, but you do have expansion plans in LCVs, buses and EVs that remain on track. Moving on then, Ashiana Housing posts a solid close to the year with a sharp pickup in sales momentum in the March quarter. Bookings rise strongly both in value and volume, helping the company deliver its highest ever annual sales. When you talk about the strong finish, that signals sustained demand in its core residential markets as Ashiana caps off FY26 on a firm note. Moving on then, let's also talk about something like a Tata Steel that delivered its strongest performance in the March quarter, capped by record production and deliveries for the full year. Operations in India led the show, with domestic volumes hitting an all-time high driven by steady demand from auto, branded and industrial segments, while European operations in fact remain mixed, with the overall performance underlines a strong finish to the FY26 for the steelmaker. Let's also talk about something like Phoenix Mills that wrapped up FY26 on the strong note as well, calling it a milestone year in fact for their business. Retail consumption has hit an all-time high led by steady traction across its existing mall portfolio and a sharp surge as well when it comes to this particular quarter, the office segment. Now that's the one that's really scaled up with healthy occupancy, while residential sales more than doubled, adding to the company's diversified growth story. And before we wrap our coverage of stocks to keep an eye on today, quick look at heavyweight HDFC Bank as well. There was no material governance issue seen after a review of the minutes of the meeting of HDFC Bank. And that is the word coming in from Sanjay Malhotra, RBI Governor as well. Let's go across and listen in terms of what else he had to say about the bank and the regulations.
हमारे हिसाब से कोई भी मटेरियल कंसर्न हमें चाहे गवर्नेंस या कंडक्ट से हो वो नहीं है, तो उस बात को मैं यहाँ पे दोहराना चाहता हूँ कि कोई भी मटेरियल हमें कभी भी अपने सुपरविजन में या उनके रिकॉर्ड को देख करके ऐसा कोई गवर्नेंस और कंडक्ट से रिलेटेड मैटर हमारे सामने में मिनट्स की प्रति भी हमारे पास में आती है, तो उन सबको देखने के बाद में ही ये हमने जो वक्तव्य जो हमने अपना प्रेस नोटिस जो दिया, प्रेस नोट जो जारी किया, वो सभी चीज़ों को ध्यान में रखने के बाद में ही दिया है। उसके ऊपर यदि कोई और निर्देश की आवश्यकता यदि महसूस हुई तो उसके अंदर हम कभी भी पीछे नहीं हटेंगे।
All right, and there you go. So that's the word coming in from the RBI Governor. But let's also get the show going and take a look at some of the other stories that you should be keeping on your radar at this point in time. India's electronics industry has warned of imminent price increases for consumer goods due to rising raw material costs triggered by the ongoing Middle East conflict. Now, industry bodies have said that the prices of semiconductors, displays, batteries and other key components have surged sharply because of higher shipping costs through the Strait of Hormuz. And you do have several manufacturers that have already indicated that they may actually pass on the increased costs to consumers in the coming weeks. Now, industry leaders have urged the government really to consider temporary relief measures, and that includes duty rationalization. Moving on then, let's get you an update as far as the world of business is concerned. A US court has allowed the Adani Group to file a motion seeking dismissal of the securities fraud case filed by the US Securities and Exchange Commission. And this particular development came during a hearing where the judge granted the Adani Group and its executives permission to move for dismissal of the charges. The SEC had accused the group of concealing payments to intermediaries to secure solar power contracts in the country, and the Adani Group has strongly denied the allegations, calling them baseless. The next hearing on the dismissal motion is scheduled for later this year. Moving on then, let's get you the word going as far as Bitcoin is concerned. That has climbed above $71,000 after a ceasefire agreement between the US and Iran that we've told you about boosted market sentiment. Now, the cryptocurrency crossed the key psychological level as investors cheer the temporary de-escalation in the Middle East conflict. Let's also talk about some of the other majors. So something like Ethereum and other major altcoins also posted gains in the last 24 hours, just to get you a track of that. And market analysts are saying that the positive development reduced geopolitical risk premium, supporting a broader recovery even when it comes to cryptos other than equity markets. Moving on then, let's also talk to you about India's airport regulator that has ordered a 25% reduction in landing and parking charges at major airports for domestic flights for the next 3 months. Now, the Airports Economic Regulatory Authority of India took the decision to provide immediate relief to airlines facing higher operating costs due to the ongoing Middle East conflict as well, and airspace restrictions and surging jet fuel prices. Now, the cut will help lower non-fuel expenses for carriers and ease pressure really when it comes to their balance sheets. Moving on then, let's talk to you about Air India and Indigo that have resumed select flights to the Middle East after a temporary suspension caused by safety concerns and airspace restrictions. Amid the ongoing US-Iran conflict, Air India will operate limited services to Dubai, Abu Dhabi and Sharjah, while Indigo is going to be restarting flights to Dubai and Abu Dhabi from select Indian cities. Both airlines, in fact, have emphasized already that all operations will strictly follow safety protocols and real-time advisories from aviation regulators. Moving on then onto national news, India has welcomed the temporary ceasefire between the United States and Iran, expressing hope that it will lead to lasting peace in the Middle East. The Ministry of External Affairs said de-escalation, dialogue and diplomacy remain essential, while also stressing expectations of unimpeded freedom also of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. India has also noted that the prolonged conflict has disrupted global energy supplies and trade. The ceasefire is conditional on Iran agreeing to safely reopen the strait, and that's a critical route that you're looking at in terms of what is going to happen, but India, of course, has welcomed the move. Moving on, then, India has advised its citizens to expeditiously exit Iran amid a rapidly deteriorating security situation still, or to stay indoors and avoid non-essential travel. Now, the Indian embassy in Tehran has urged nationals to avoid land border crossings and remain in close contact with the mission. Citizens have been asked to stay put for the next 48 hours, monitor local developments and follow official advisories closely. Moving on, then, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar will visit the United Arab Emirates or UAE on April 9th and 10th. And the visit, in fact, comes shortly after the US and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire that includes the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. That's something that we've been talking about. But during his trip, Jaishankar is expected to hold high-level meetings with the leadership of the country to strengthen bilateral ties, particularly when it comes to energy security, but also trade and regional stability as well. The UAE, in fact, is a key partner when it comes to our country in the Gulf and a major source of oil imports. Moving on, then, let's get you some international news right now. Hours after announcing the temporary ceasefire, you have Trump, who said that the United States is going to be assisting with managing the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz and allow Iran to begin reconstruction at this point in time. And he's also said that US forces have been asked to step back and planned strikes on Iran have been suspended for 2 weeks. The ceasefire is conditional on Iran fully reopening the strait, and that's something that's important to reiterate yet again. Moving on, the Pakistani Prime Minister has really invited both the United States and Iran to hold talks in Islamabad on April 10th to negotiate a permanent settlement. The ceasefire follows Iran's 10-point proposal, which Trump described as a workable basis for negotiations. And you do have key elements that include controlled reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, an end to attacks on Iran and its allies, withdrawal of US forces from regional bases, lifting of all sanctions and payment of compensation. Moving on, then, NASA has released official images when it comes to the Artemis 2 mission, offering a stunning glimpse of the moon during its flyby, as you can see on your screens as well. The photographs capture detailed views on the lunar surface, marking this particular very important milestone in NASA's return to the deep space exploration. Now, when you talk about this particular mission, it's part of a broader plan to also send humans back to the moon and eventually push further into space. Moving on, then, India's Ayush Shetty has pulled off a major upset, stunning world number 7 Li Shifeng in a sensational start. The young shuttler delivers a fearless performance, taking down a top-ranked opponent and announcing his arrival on the big stage. It's a breakthrough win that could really mark the beginning of a very promising run. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express. Thank you so much for tuning in.
James M. Dorsey of the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies has been with us all throughout in our coverage of the war, giving us perspective. Mr. Dorsey, thank you so much for joining in. How optimistic are you about this 2-week ceasefire and the talks that will come, lasting in a solution for the foreseeable future?
I remain cautious. Essentially, I think what we've seen is a question of who blinks first. And in this regard, I think it was President Trump who blinked first. One of the key operative statements in his Truth Social posting is the fact that he said negotiations would be based on the Iranian 10-point plan that he described as workable for the basis of negotiations. All of those points are points that Trump in the past has rejected. On the other hand, the Iranians seem to have thrown Trump a bone, if you wish, by acknowledging in their statement that there were two proposals to end the Iran war. The 15-point US proposal, which Iran has rejected, and their own 10-point proposal. The fact of the matter is that the differences between Iran and the US remain as large or as wide as they were prior to the declaration of the ceasefire. And it's going to be very difficult as a matter of principle to bridge those differences in the negotiations. Iran walks into these negotiations presumably with a somewhat stronger hand than the United States. It retains control of the Strait of Hormuz. The ceasefire agreement leaves open the question what free passage in the 2 weeks that the two parties have agreed to halt hostilities, what free passage means. Is Iran going to be able to levy transit fees? What happens the first time that a U.S. vessel passes through the strait? What will Israel do if there are any vessels, and there are not that many, that have cargo related to Israel or have Israeli ownership?
Important questions to ask, James, and good morning to you. The one thing that, and Tamanna mentioned this earlier on the show, and I want to pose that question to you. This conversation about a ceasefire is about two of the three parties that you were initially describing as a three-way tango. We haven't mentioned Israel. And so therefore, what role do you anticipate Israel will play over the next 2 weeks? Because seemingly their position is to not want an end to the war.
Israel has yet to release an official statement on the ceasefire. But having said that, I think what is clear is Israel has no choice but to accept the ceasefire. It is not going to be happy about it. And I think that we can expect Israel, to the degree that it can do so reasonably safely, to try and undermine the ceasefire talks. One of the opportunities for Israel, if you wish, is the fact that as far as the United States and Iran is concerned, the ceasefire applies not only to Iran, but also certainly to Lebanon, if not Gaza. And I think we're going to have to wait and see what Israel does, particularly in Lebanon. Keep in mind that Israel has consistently, almost on a daily basis, violated a ceasefire that was declared in November 2024 between Israel and Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed Lebanese Shiite militia. And that ceasefire, basically, it was violating that ceasefire until the outbreak of the Iran war.
That's true. Mr. Dorsey, just one quick thought though. I think a week ago, and welcome Mr. Bagga to the show as well. But Mr. Dorsey, a question to you. And you know, about in the last 10 days, Israel has twice said that their objectives of the conflict are met. To an extent, US has also said it, Donald Trump has also said. So in some sense, have all sides, except Iran, gotten the off-ramp in their own words for this ceasefire to not remain just a 2-week ceasefire, but eventually extend?
Well, I think that what's going to determine that will be what the outcome of the negotiations are. As a matter of principle, at this point, neither the United States nor Israel have achieved their war goals, whatever those war goals were, as they were shifting. But they haven't achieved it on nuclear. They haven't achieved it on ballistic missiles. They haven't achieved it in terms of relations between Iran and its non-state allies. They haven't achieved it in terms of regime change, despite Donald Trump's declarations, repeated declarations that regime change had already occurred in Iran. So I think the ultimate barometer of whether or not objectives have been achieved is going to be the outcome of the negotiations.
Okay. James, the other question that I have is, in the US, particularly because of the tone of that last message that came through from Donald Trump, talking about the end of a civilization, I think it alarmed several people. I don't know if you agree with me, and I'm wondering whether that political pressure against a restart of a war gets even higher over the course of the next couple of weeks, and whether that will have a bearing on the course that this conflict will take.
Obviously, Trump's statement that this was going to be the end of Iranian civilization is a very problematic statement. My feeling is that this was a statement made out of frustration and anger over the fact that Trump was forced to realize that his perception of the omnipotency of his office, of his military, and of the power of the United States was challenged, successfully challenged, if you wish, by Iran. On the other hand, for Donald Trump, it's going to be very difficult to restart this war. He is facing a midterm election amid significant economic costs to the American public of this war. And that's something that he is going to want to evade. In addition to which, Trump's statement on ending Iranian civilization has provoked an outcry in the United States itself, including calls for impeaching him under Article 25 of the Constitution. That essentially is one that would remove the president if he is incapacitated in one form or another. Now, it's not going to come to an Article 25, but it is telling that that's what his statement provoked.
Point. James, on that note, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time and for speaking to us. Important to get your expertise on this.
Always my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Ajay Bagga joining in, market expert. Ajay, we've been speaking through so many phases of this war. Is this a taco trade? Is this a ceasefire that gives you hope? And as far as markets are concerned, is the worst behind us? Do you agree that it's unlikely the both sides will get to the heated level of escalation that we saw just a couple of days ago?
Yeah, I think so. And overall, Tamanna, I'm not overanalyzing today. It was a tough night because we didn't know what would happen around 5:30 this morning. And when I slept finally after the US markets shut down, and the US markets shut in the green for the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. So I was wondering, something is on, and then I was up at 3:30. I couldn't sleep, and then around 4 this news broke. That there is an agreement, and all those things started coming in. So today is a day of suspension of disbelief. I am on Neeraj's side, as always. Yesterday I told you, look at the oil.
As always, I heard that, Ajay.
Company.